You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. King's birthday weekend action coming down to you from the Pat Wright Senior Oval, but we know it and love it as the Ball Ring. It's the big King's birthday clash between Noble Park and Balwyn, and it's a major game for Noble Park this afternoon. They need to win this game to stay in the finals hunt coming into the second half of the season. My name's Wayne Brasher, and thank you for joining us on pre-match this afternoon. And joining me for pre-match this afternoon is Matt Spiderlee. Good afternoon, Matt.
Good afternoon to you, Wayne, and all the listeners and viewers. Great to be here for the pre-game show, and looking forward to the contest this afternoon between two really quality opponents, arch rivals. They've been going at each other for many years before their time in the FNL, in the old Southern Football League, and then they both came across to the FNL at different times, around about 25 years ago. So now they're both having the good rivalry on the long weekend, and there's plenty to do. So if you're footy hungry this weekend, get out and watch. Come down to this ground because it's going to be an absolute belter contest. And also good luck to all our junior players that are playing in the interleague competitions. I actually ran into a young fella on the train last night from Blackburn, Zach Bajaya, the brother of Lockie, and he's saddling up for the under-14s down at Walker Park today. So good luck to all the FNL participants, both boys and girls, and we look forward to positive results throughout the weekend. But in respect to this game, Brash, really looking forward to it, and we'll get into it as we go into the hour because we've got two wonderful special guests.
Yes, the special coach that will be the feature guests for this pre-match, Steve Hughes from Noble Park and Brenton Sanderson from the Balwyn Football Club, but also a young man that's also, he frolicked in amongst the fog this morning at interleague level. It's a warm welcome to you, Josh.
And a good afternoon to you, Brash and Spider. Great to be out here at the Pat Wright Senior Oval. A nice trip down here from Mitcham down to watch what has become such a great tradition, the Noble Park Balwyn King's birthday clash, and plenty on the line for Noble Park and Balwyn, just looking to keep on rolling. Every team they've come up against, they've defeated.
Yeah, one of the significant things about this game this afternoon, the history shows, gentlemen, that the away side always wins this contest.
Been a bit of a trend, hasn't it, in more recent times? But look, you just know that both these two teams will be up for the fight, and for different reasons. One team really wanted to continue their dominance on the competition so far, and Brenton Sanderson's really got the Tigers up and running this season, and we really didn't know where to put them in the scheme of things at the start of the season in the pre-season predictions. And Noble Park, who we thought would be around the mark, flew out of the gates, but just in more recent times have come back to the pack a bit over the last couple of weeks with a couple of disappointing performances, particularly at home.
I think one of the things that when we've looked at the Noble Park lineup as it compared to the Balwyn lineup so far this season, Balwyn seem to have had a lot more continuity with their 22 on a week-to-week basis, whereas Noble Park seem to have been forced to be making 2-3 changes a week, gentlemen. It's really hard to find consistency in form when you're constantly making changes to your lineup every week.
Yeah, it's always difficult when you're making those changes, isn't it, Josh? Because of VFL, players coming in and out of the lineup, so you're struggling to really get that consistency every week and that reliability. But some do it better than others. Noble Park, they've had VFL players for a long period of time in that that section, whereas Balwyn have been able to show that they have got a little bit of depth and can cover those spots. But last year they didn't cover them as well, but this season it just seems to be that they can be a little bit more they can cover it when they need to, and players have come out of the side with some injuries as well. But they've all stepped up to the plate, and I think that's a good thing about their depth. Their young players have really progressed after losing some of their key young players and depth players that have gone on to other clubs throughout the Division 1, Division 2 in particular. So they've brought the next group through.
Yeah, they have, and it's just looking at the reserves list and looking at this senior list. Most of the Balwyn players outside of the likes of your Kane Turners, your Charlie Haleys, your Josh Walkers, all of those players have recently been playing under 19s for Balwyn, which just shows they're investing in their youth. Brenton Sanderson is, and it's great to see because there is some talented youngsters like Jamie Reid has been terrific over the past couple of seasons off a half-back flank. Will the Mott's come into the lineup? You've got Isaiah Markovsky whenever he's available from Oakley Chargers. There's a lot of talent in the Balwyn lineup when it comes to their younger players.
Yeah, interesting enough, gentlemen, the last 2 seasons, the top sides have always seemed to manage to keep their home record intact for most of the season. But it seems like out of these top 3 or 4 sides, Noble Park in the last 2 seasons have probably dropped a lot more home games than what they've done in the past. That's really hurt them over the last 2 seasons. Would you agree?
Well, absolutely. You'd have to say that. I mean, there's been a lot of close games, a lot of inaccurate kicking, and they haven't been kicking high scores here, particularly at home. They've just really struggled to kick over, between 8 to 10 goals. I mean, that's been their big issue. They haven't really had those games where they've been kicking 14 and 15 goals, particularly when they were in their premiership year. Like, they was averaging 100 points most weeks, and because they had a bit of a formidable forward line going around. But just in the last couple of seasons, it just seems to have certainly tapered off, and that's probably been a little bit of that issue, and that invincibility at home has certainly wavered, because I remember coming here for a long period of time in the early 2000s, particularly when they entered the competition, and it was very hard to win here. They just had such a great team. You guys like your Peter O'Briens, Craig Hansons, Craig Jackatine, Phil Merton. The names just keep rolling off the tongue. You can name 25, 30 players, but all those guys that went through those premiership eras of 03, 04, and then around 2010, 2011, but then it seems over the last few years they haven't had that dominance at home, and that's probably just because they've sort of tapered off in a few of those areas, and that reliability has certainly waned a little bit.
Do you think, Josh, there's a bit of a correlation between the fact that Noble Park have lost more games at home and the fact that they've been struggling to find a key forward, right, to kick them, help kick a winning score on a week-to-week basis over the last 2 seasons?
I certainly think so, and just looking at their lineup as well, the only real key forward you could argue is Ben Marson, and he's I'd say 6'1", 6'2", and he's definitely got the size to be a tall forward, but just not. He's more of your third tall, and sometimes it's held them in good stead. I remember the last King's birthday game last year, it held them in good stead because they didn't have to it just played an ugly style of foot, or not the prettiest style of footy, I should say, and they got the job done. But it's hard to do it on a ground as big and as wide as this compared to a Balwyn Visy Park. And some of the other grounds, smaller grounds like Vermont Recreation Reserve, it might suit, but it'll be interesting. It has hurt them just a little bit.
Yeah, look, it's always an interesting question when you're trying to line up, form and form loss and as such. And, look, no person would know more than form loss and fluctuations. And the coach of Noble Park, Steve Hughes, has kindly joined us on pre-match this afternoon. Good afternoon, Steve.
How are we, boys? Good day for it.
It is. Steve, one of the things I've thought about in the past is there's a lot of things you can measure, and in some cases you can put a point value on. How do you put a point? You can't put a point value on siege mentality. Does that, to me, I think this plays into the narrative for Noble Park today. You really do need to turn your season around and try and get your you've got to get that ledger back to 5-5 before the second half of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been well and truly out of form for best part of a month. So every result that we've got over the last month, we've thoroughly deserved in the negative. We just haven't been on brand. We've had some of our key players that are down a little bit at the moment, which is rare. So, I mean, it happens in footy. I guess it's just a case of, can we resurrect that now, or will it take another month? If it takes another month, then the season's probably cooked. So, but we think, if we can get some of our prime movers back into form, we can turn things around pretty quickly.
Hi Steve, great to have you on the broadcast. Good luck with the challenge today, but how do you turn that performance issue around? Because obviously at the start of the season you flew out of the gates with some really good performances, and it was hard to assess at the start of the year going into the year where you were actually going to sit in the pecking order. You get out of the gates well, and then you have those two really disappointing setbacks, the Norwood game and then the performance here against Blackburn just a couple of weeks ago. You sort of scratch your head and go, well, how do we get to the bottom of this issue to try and turn these performances around?
Yeah, it's funny. You do a little bit. It's almost like, where do you start? So because we've got a few issues with certain elements of the way we want to play defensively that aren't up to scratch at the moment. So we're just really trying to get back to basics today and get back on brand with our defence. It hasn't been anywhere near where it usually needs to be, and the players have got some individual KPIs around that on how they can contribute to working our way back into the season with our defensive elements. So that's what we've started with. We just had our team meeting then, and focus is really around more pressure acts around the footy. Balwyn typically like to share it around by hand quite a bit, so we want to try and disrupt that if we can. And if we can get that going early, footy's a funny thing. Sometimes it just takes 10 minutes of good footy to get you going again.
Does this have the hindsight view from your perspective that perhaps a player of the calibre of Ryan Morrison that left the club at the start of the season has left a bigger hole than you probably first thought, and guys like Gaines as well, that you probably go, well, did we really do enough to potentially keep them here at the club, or was there other issues underneath that? Were the layers there, or was there other influences? Is there things that you sort of sit back going, gee, wish we could have Ryan out there this afternoon and really holding down that key post down back?
They're hard to replace, obviously.
Exactly.
I knew what we were losing when we lost Morrow. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
So, but look, they all went for different reasons, and respect them. They're premiership players, and no hard feelings from me. But we've had to try and replace not just Morrow, but obviously Gaines is just a really good Dower defender with a great fist, which we're lacking this year. Josh Tua's not playing this year; he's stepped away from football. Who's a really good, strong one-on-one defender. So we've lost a bit there, definitely. But that's a challenge of a new young group, and that's exciting for me as well. Like, I think I've said to the group at the start of the year, with so much change, it's a bit of a blank canvas for us. There's going to be ups and downs with the young group, but we're definitely not on brand at the moment. That's my key issue, and if we can get that back to where we want to, we'll be competitive in most games.
And just that reliance continually on Kyle Martin. We know the wonderful decorated career that he's had. Both he's played AFL football, he's come back to his home roots here at Noble Park, and he's been a fantastic player. He's had the setback of the ACL, and the club's supported him, but he can't do it all on his own in the latter stages of his career. It's that time for other players underneath to really step up and become leaders around the football club, and so that's got to be put to the forefront as well.
Couldn't agree more, and the group are acutely aware of that. Kyle's going to be Kyle, and he'll win his share of contest, his tackles, his clearances, all of that never changes. We need Jordan Marsden and Lockie McDonald and those types, that second tier midfield to really stand up. And we've seen signs of that. Like, Jordy Marsden had 40 possessions early in the year in round 2, but we just need a bit of consistency in their performance, which they're getting there as well. Like, we've got a really good young group in terms of our midfield, but we just need a level of consistency, which we haven't quite seen, but really confident in the levels of those players to step up.
Steve, one thing I've noticed throughout the start of the season, obviously changes each and every week, and sometimes has that come down to VFL player availabilities? Has that hurt it a little bit as well, having those VFL players sometimes available and unavailable?
Yeah, it is frustrating. Like, we made another 5 this week, so I noticed Balwyn only made the 1, and that's consistent for us. I don't think we've made any less than 4 changes in 8 rounds. So it is a byproduct of VFL form, injury, VFL buys, etc. But that's the land we live in, unfortunately. We're actually aligned to, I think, 4 VFL clubs: Sandringham, Frankston, Werribee. And
Why not just be the whole VFL, mate?
Yeah, it is a bit much, but interestingly enough, like, three of those sides have buys next week, so there's likely going to be another half dozen changes next week.
Do you communicate with these clubs regularly? Do you feel like you've got one better relationship than others, though?
Yeah, some are better than others. Let's put it that way. I would suggest Frankston are outstanding, very good, and then some of the others that we deal with, we don't really hear a lot from. So, but we'll kind of leave it at that. But Frankston are terrific. We've had good relationships with them, and obviously we've got Josh Stern, young Matty Nelson and Blake O'Leary aligned to Frankston. So, but all we ask for as local coaches is good communication. We definitely get that from Frankston, but maybe not from some of the other ones.
Yeah, and obviously there's some players that have had some senior experience, like I think Anthony Marston is playing reserves, Harley Fairbank and Kevin Keane. Do you expect them to come back into the senior lineup sometime soon?
Yeah, well, Kev lost his spot for the first time this year, this week, so I had that tough conversation with him on Thursday night. Just a little bit off in terms of his pressure acts. He's more of a sort of pressure player than a goal kicker for us, but he's well and truly in the mix. He's one of our leaders as well, Kevy. Ant Marsden's actually a bit crook at the moment, but he tagged Lockie Johns 4 or 5 weeks ago and shut him out of the game. So he's always in the mix for us. And Harley is training brilliantly, but just not quite putting it together on a Saturday. But he's not far off. He's got great attitude and works hard, and he'll get a crack soon.
Yeah, well, Steve, I was thinking about Fairbanks and Kev, because in form, they're in your best 22.
Yep.
So obviously, like you've just alluded to, there's obviously some issues with those players that are keeping them out of that 22 that they've got to work on, and obviously too with the younger guys starting to put pressure. They're on their particular spots. They've got to actually play better than what they've had in the past, haven't they?
Yeah, well, I made the comment to Kev the other night that he's going okay,
Yep.
but okay isn't good enough, and we can't rely on that as a standard. And Kev's one of many, to be honest, at the moment. So he's aware that he needs to go to another level. And we're trying some new players. Jordan Camilleri makes his debut today. He's an under-19 best and fairest and a really big talent. He'll start on the wing. Left footer, really good user. So we've got to try some different things, especially when you have a month of form like we have. But Kev will get his chance again because of effort and intensity and leadership. And Harley's only a quarter away from cracking it. He was our young premiership player in 2022. He'll come on. He's a huge talent. Got real speed, but he's just not quite there at the moment. But he'll get a crack soon.
Steve, in racehorse parlance, Kyle Martin's third up from a spell.
Yes.
Right, and he's probably ready now to explode. I mean, the reliance of him and Jackson Sketcher, right, because you really don't have a key forward where you can direct your traffic through like you've done in the past. Is there going to be a lot more reliability on them two today to really play more of an attacking role where they can become dangerous to try and kick goals to try and kick a winning score?
Yeah, I think Kyle potentially may roll forward for periods, but Sketch is more of I guess Sketch is getting a bit of ball in the back half at the moment. We want to probably get him more kicking the ball inside 50.
He's more dangerous forward of centre.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably where having Morrison not in the side, he's probably had to go back and probably fill a bit of a void there, right, to try and generate some run out of that back line. But it's sort of like you're robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah, that's a good call. I'd agree with that. But we've made some subtle changes today. So we're going to start Lockie McDonald, who we think is one of our best ball users at half-back. He predominantly plays wing. So like I say, we're shuffling a few things around. So we're going to hope that Lockie has a good game, gives us some good rebound across half-back, which might release Sketch a little bit forward throughout the day, kicking balls inside 50 to Jake Mullen and young Jacob Noble and some of those boys. So we're aware of that for sure.
They love denying people the ball. They're very good with the kicking, so they love to deny the kicker, and that was evident in their win over Vermont. They really put that pressure on the Vermont defence as well, so that when the ball was in transition, they really put pressure on the ball carrier, and that's something really have to watch this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. I think their weapon at the moment is probably their midfield and forward. So I think, obviously with the
with Oakes coming back into the side,
Oakesy back in, yes. Yeah. I saw that. So, but I think he'll probably play more forward today than mid. We'll be keeping an eye on him.
Because one of the worries with Oakes is he has the ability, Steve, to kick goals against the top sides, and they're the players you've got to really worry about.
Yep, he's you don't have to make me a fan of Nathan Oates. I coached him for a couple of years, and he's a ripper. So,
but his improvement has been unbelievable.
Yeah, he's a big, strong, tough body, and kicks the ball really well. So yeah, he's a good asset for them forward. But obviously, the likes of Charlie Haley and Jordan Lyle in really good form at the moment. But even on the periphery with Sticker and those boys, they bat pretty deep.
They do,
both as forwards and as a midfield. With Chevy Anderson giving them first use in the ruck. So I actually just said to our midfielders today, if I'm a midfielder, if I'm a Jackson Sketcher or a Kyle Martin, I'm really excited about the battle today because I think
I would be.
Yeah, well, I think we're credentialed. We're just as well credentialed as they are in the midfield with the likes of Sketch, Geordie, and Hodgie and Kyle. So it's going to be a good battle today. So I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, no, we respect them highly, and it's not a surprise they're undefeated and going as well as they are.
Well, Steve, look, thanks very much for coming up and joining us on what is the traditional King's Birthday weekend game. It's always it's a bit of a funny sort of game because it's always where the away side seems to win. Hopefully today Noble Park can turn it around.
Yeah, I hope we can turn that around.
And make it a hometown win.
Absolutely. Fingers crossed. Thanks, boys.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Steve Hughes from Noble Park, very generous with his time.
Absolutely, Brash.
And he gave us some really good insight there. He didn't shirk away from any of the issues that we put at him.
Yeah, very open and honest.
Yeah,
I thought that he was. The fact is, it almost seems like a bit like Ryan James from Doncaster East, right? The acid, he's without being as direct as what Ryan was, but the acid is on his senior players to lift. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think it's just that factor that you put your hand up and you own it and you take responsibility for your actions. And he had that discussion with his players, Stephen, and I think that's really important because they know that there's been some performances, particularly at home, that haven't been up to standard, and they know that they can do better, and they do have credentials as players to improve and deliver better results in the second part of the season, and those results might not translate into premierships. It might not this season, and it might not translate into finals. But you want to be putting out a competitive performance week after week and showing that you can hold down a spot in the team when you consider that there's others coming back and forth from VFL. So if you can hold your part of the bargain, it makes it very easy for the coach to leave your magnet on the whiteboard each Thursday night. But if you're not doing those little things, as Stephen alluded to, then it makes it very hard for you to maintain your place in the team, as you alluded to, with a couple of players that are running out in the pre-game here this afternoon.
Josh, we know that, and Steve has been quite open about his game plan since he set foot in Noble Park. He's a defence first coach. Everything starts from defence. He did say that his defence is a little bit flaky, right? Do you think that's because the loss of Morrison has really upset the equilibrium of that back line and the fact that they're still trying to work out their best combination on the back six?
Well, their best defence from last year is pretty much just departed, not just Ryan Morrison. Jack Francis, when we saw him on King's Birthday last year, was a terrific interceptor. Jake Gaines as well is a bit of a loss. And Josh Tour for the season. Yeah. He's that shutdown player that can take on someone like a Charlie Haley and shut him out of the contest. So I think it's a flow-on effect because some of those players are pretty key players.
Well, they're hard to replace, Josh, and that's reality. And once you lose those players, you've got to go back to the well and you've got to bring the next group of players through. And that's why they've got under 19 players that are going well at the moment, and reserve players that they've got to transition into the team. And it's not as easy to steady that up straight away.
Yeah.
I reckon one of the other things, too, is one of the matchups today, I would dare say, Jack Beach will probably go up against Anderson in the ruck in the midfield,
and he's competitive, Brush. When he plays, he does give it 100% every time he plays. Like, he's not ruckman in the comp, but he's in some effort every week.
But that's what I'm saying. Out of those two, look, they're not. Neither one of them are star ruckman by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah. It's going to come down to what we call in the old terms their followers' duties.
Yeah.
Who out of them two? Who do you think is the more consistent out of them two and gives their value to best value to their side?
Oh, Anderson for me. Yeah, you just see him that he's more consistent. He's in the best players, more often than not, and he's doing things in games to spin the game their way. Like he's given that supply, and his work around the ground is probably the difference. He's probably got a little bit more athleticism and can do a little bit more around the. His defensive part of the game is good, but he's got that ability that he can sneak up the ground too because he's very good.
I was about to say he's got that groundwork as well. He's not the tallest ruckman going around, but he's certainly got a decent leap, and his follow-up work on the ground is as impressive as any ruckman in the division.
The thing is, if what Steve Hughes has alluded to, that he feels that both midfields match up pretty well against each other, is that going to be the defining? Is that going to be the defining matchup, that ruck duel, or do we look further than that and look at the individual value of each players that are going to play in that midfield?
Well, rucks always give Josh, they always get that first supply, but I always say the midfield is where the game was won. You only have to look at what we saw last night with the Lions and the Bulldogs game. That was a midfield battle, and just at stoppage, the Lions, they smashed the Bulldogs the way they did it, but took them apart. But if that similar happens here today, I mean, Balwyn just have that, they have that clearance work. They have that midfield that really can do the damage. But on the other side of the coin, Noble Park certainly have the talent to do the same, but it's just whether they can do it more consistently throughout patches of the game.
Yeah, it comes down to the depth of each midfield, and Balwyn does have a seriously stacked midfield because not only do you have Kane Turner and Bowen Smith and Alex Urban starting in there alongside Chevy Anderson, you've got the Stickers who I think can run through there. Charlie Haley can obviously run through there as well. So I think it comes down to that, whereas Noble Park, they definitely have the top end in Martin and Sketcher, players that have proven themselves at a higher level. And it just...
But it drops off.
Yeah, it drops off a little bit, I feel.
Well, we've sort of gone. We've spoken a little bit about Noble Park. Let's flip the coin here, and let's talk about Balwyn before Brenton Sanderson comes on to have a chat about them. At the start of the season, I think we, in the media sense, had a bit of a question mark on where do we actually put them this year. I had them around 4th or 5th with an ageing list, but they've come out so far this season, and they really haven't put a foot wrong.
No.
Obviously, injuries and form plays a lot into it, but you've got to make your own luck, and you have a look at the way Balwyn go about their game style. I reckon one of the things that they've improved on from last year is they don't overpossess the ball as much as what they have in previous years. I reckon they've cut that average disposal rate from about 24 to about 16 disposals per goal. Now, over a game, that's a pretty sizable...
it is.
Yeah,
and it's a credit to Sando, the way that he coaches, because he's just let his game plan evolve as the year has gone on, and he's been able to challenge and adapt, and that's why they're such a great team, the way that they can do that against every opposition they play. And that game really illustrated against Vermont at the start of the year, the way that they stopped the kickers, they put the pressure on them through the forwards, and then that was just a simply brilliant win at Vermont away from home against all the odds. No one would have expected it. I mean, I was one that had them in that 4th or 5th category this year, wasn't sure. And I only had it on the principle as well as their depth had left the club. Guys like Van Drill departed, went to Doncaster. Bottomer went to East Burwood playing Division 2. So you let some of your depth go that play senior footy. You've got to find that depth to replace. And Sando has done that because he's gone into his under-19s. He's identified. He's brought some players in from externally, from the outside of the club and outside of the competition, and brought those players in and just had those little moving parts because we know the quality that is left. Goebel's leaving as well, so and a couple of the others, Pendlebury. So they're just some names that we'll talk to Sando about in a moment.
Yeah, interestingly enough, right. Also, too, I think the other thing that I've noticed in the scoring department this year is that they seem to have shifted away their focus on Charlie Haley a little bit, and rather than try and isolate him as being the number one goal kicker, they've been able to share the goals around a lot more amongst their forward 50 and the players that they bring in, like Oakes, who in the last game that he played, I think it was round 4 against Roval, and he kicked 5 goals in that game. So as we alluded to with Steve Hughes, he's a player that can come in and perform at the top level and kick goals. And that could be the key difference between the two sides this afternoon.
Well, would be, Josh. I mean, 18 games last year, 19 goals I think it was, statistically. And this year he's already up to, 17 or 18, and he's only played 4 or 5 games. So that just shows the stark improvement in his game.
Well, it's not only getting on the scoreboard, but
it's involvement.
He can assist his teammates out. He's got one of the best left boots going around, and he can support the likes of Charlie Haley, Jordan Lyle. The list just goes on. I mean, Jake Sticker, Josh Sticker as well, some good options up in that forward line.
Yeah, well, it's look, it's a big clash, and joining us now for the first time this year on EFNL Game Day, it's a very warm welcome to Balwyn coach Brenton Sanderson. Good afternoon,
boys.
Brennan.
How you going?
Nice,
Brennan, this time of the year, it's one of these. It's always, regardless of where these two are on the ladder, it's a close game, but the away side always seems to have the upper hand come 4:45 on the afternoon. Hopefully for you this afternoon, you're on the winning team again.
Yeah, hopefully, and thanks for having me on, boys. Yeah, it's a great rivalry. I know these two clubs have enormous respect for each other, and they are arch rivals. But it's always hard to win away. That's always one of the biggest challenges in this comp, because sides play so well on their home decks, and we obviously respect what this club's done for a long time. So, we're going to have to be at our best today to beat them.
Second year in the EFNL. What have you learnt after your first year of coaching at Balwyn?
Yep.
What have you done as a coach to readjust what you needed to do to get the playing group playing the type of football that you want now?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a really good comp. Obviously, the standard is excellent, and it probably blew me away in my first year last year to see how much talent is in this competition. And even we've got some really good players playing in our reserves today who should be playing senior footy, and it probably just highlights how good our 22 is at the moment. And even though we've lost a few guys to the VFL over the last few weeks, we've got a pretty deep squad, and I think most clubs are the same. They got some really good players. So. It's really good. And I think probably the question around what have I learned, it's like these guys crave. They really do crave, AFL systems and structures and strategy, and they just love the game. So it's awesome. I really love coaching in this league.
Brenton, great to have you aboard again. Now, Sendo, when you think back to last season, the depth of the list, you had some guys that decided to pursue other opportunities. They go to Division 1 clubs. Yep. Van Drill is a point in case. Bottomer goes to a Division 2 club, Eastland, etc. You have to turn the list over. But it's significant when you're able to draw upon from your under-19s to bring the next wave of players through. And that's really important in any club's fabric for going forward, isn't it? Because you can't just have players sitting in on the fringe all of the time. You have to be prepared to let players go and experience other environments to enable the club to prosper at the other end, to bring those under-19 players through and be senior footballers.
No, you're right. It's probably the other thing I learned too was that, the guys that are sort of on your fringe, they really do crave playing senior footy. So you've got to make sure you wrap your arms around them, and you make sure that they're given an opportunity to sort of improve and play some senior footy. But we're very fortunate. It's a good club. Young men want to come and play here, so. But you're right. I would have loved to hang on to all of those guys because they're really important players for us. But I know that's the nature of community footy, not just in our league but all leagues. You have your sort of 25th to 32nd ranked player look for opportunities to play senior footy, even if it's in a lower division. But we're grateful for some of our recruits this year. We got Kane Turner from North Melbourne, which has been awesome. Noah Lever from Werribee VFL, plus his brother came. Toby Lever, who's playing for us as well today. Jake Stickers returned to footy after having sort of 2 or 3 years off. So, we're sort of grateful that this is a bit of a club where people want to come and play. We've got Will Lamott, I'm just watching warm up now, who missed out on getting drafted last year. Marcelin Kidd, who's just a fantastic talent. So, I guess the message is the list does keep changing and it keeps evolving, and you lose some talent, but then hopefully you've got the ability to be able to attract talent to your team as well.
And also from the senior point of view, lost players like Goebbels, who goes to the amateurs. Cross as well went with him, and then Pendlebury. So then your defensive part of the ground just changes and evolves again, and that's what's been the real outstanding feature for me this year, how you've been able to put that systematically together in the first part of the season, and that's been a real impressive point and your point of difference.
Yeah, it's a good point. We've definitely lost some experience. You know, those three guys you mentioned are premiership greats at the club, and it's impossible to replace that experience. You know, in the same breath, you give some opportunities to some young kids, and they grab it, and you know, away they go. But yeah, we're always wary of looking not just at our current team, but how we can always get better, and we'll start looking around the leagues and players that aren't getting an opportunity, or even at AFL level, if you can bring some guys out of an AFL system, into our club and hopefully improve.
Yeah, and just touching on that AFL experience, as you mentioned, Kane Turner coming to the club and Josh Walker the last couple of years joining. How crucial have they been for the development of some of those younger players coming through into the senior lineup?
Yeah, they're great. I mean, they're actually on-field coaches, and even I'm just watching now Jordan Lyle warming up. He's effectively an assistant coach, really, playing at centre half forward. So he sort of directs the ship out there. We know Charlie Haley's really experienced. He's a bit of a hothead, though. He's not really a coach out there. He's more of an he just gets stuck in the opposition and the opposition fans most of the time. But yeah, we're really fortunate that guys like Turner and Walker, Lyle, those guys are an extension of the coaching group actually out on the field. So yeah, I guess that's one area where we are really blessed. And
we were talking about it just before you came on air, that spread of goal kickers, not just relying on Haley and Lyle up forward. Has that been a bit of a focus throughout the course of the season and in pre-season as well? Oh, yes and no. I mean, you take goals any way you can get them, really. But if we don't have to rely on Lyle kicking 5 or Chuck kicking 6, this year we've had Oakes play midfield and forward.
17 goals, yeah.
Yeah, he's been really good. He's missed 3 weeks with a hammy, but he's back in the side today. But little Josh Sticker has been excellent again with his forward pressure and goals. As I said, his brother's back in the side playing his second game for the year today, but he's all class. Jake Sticker. So yeah, we're actually pretty fortunate that we've got some depth there and a bit of a spread of goal kickers. So the opposition, they can put more time into Lyle and Haley, but it might be one of the other boys that sort of pops up as well. So on any given day, you can get a bag of goals from anywhere.
Brendan, I'm assuming that Turner's playing, midfield along with Urban.
Yep.
That provides a mouth-watering clash this afternoon between Sketcher and Martin. I can actually see both of those players. You could almost automatically see those guys swapping on and off each other throughout the contest. I think it's going to be a real key duel. Those two duels this afternoon.
No, you're spot on. And obviously we've got to put some time into those two guys. We just can't play our own game in there. We know. I mean, I was saying my dad's here today. He said, "Who should I be watching from the opposition?" And I said, "Well, Martin and Sketch are probably the two best players in the competition, and they're both in the same team. So yeah, we'll have to be at our best in there. We've got a little strategy about how to try and curb
stopping the kicker.
Yeah, they're such good players. So we've got a couple of little things lined up for them. But yeah, in the same breath, I said to my guys, when you look at our midfield, I like our midfield too. Urban, Lever, Bowen Smith. You mentioned Kane Turner. So we've got a bit of talent in there as well. So, but yeah, obviously our guys have to be at their best to beat them today.
And the involvement of Oakes, obviously, he's taken his game to another level. You must be really impressed with how he's done that.
Yeah, and he's been a midfielder for us for so long, but he's now hitting the scoreboard when he rests forward. So, if we can leave him forward and the midfield's doing okay, then that's another great thing for us. But yeah, we'll use him in the midfield a bit today. He's going to start forward, but yeah, there'll be times when we'll see him in the midfield as well.
Finally, Brendan, one of the things that we can't quantify when a side's got his back up against the wall like Noble Park have at the moment, and you're coming down where your form is looking fantastic and everything is going well for you, is it hard to really put a value on how desperate a side is knowing that they need a win?
Yeah, that's right. And, I mean, we just have to control what we can control. We'll have to get our systems right and the way that we set up and, our structures inside the contest, but also, we can't overdose inside. We've got to make sure we've got the right balance of sort of outside run as well. We've lost some good players, like Schreiber has played the last 5 games for us at fullback.
Yep.
He's got called up to Collingwood's VFL. Josh Pollocks, who started the year so well for us across halfback, is now with Richmond's VFL. So, yeah, you just got to plug and play different guys in those roles, and hopefully the system holds up. Regardless of who you bring into the team.
Well, so far this season, everything's gone the way that you've planned it, and Balwyn are sitting 7-0 at this particular stage of the season, and through the fact it's not only good form but good management and consistent form amongst the playing group that you've got. And look, thank you once again for joining us today, and we look forward to a great clash this afternoon. But good luck to you and the Balwyn Football Club for the rest of the season. I'm sure we'll see you again before the finals.
Thanks, guys. Have a good call.
We will, and Sando will definitely have his shopping list to not give him too many instructions and messages. I reckon it's one of the best things that he's taught some of these players.
Is that
the
a
messages.
private thing, is it?
The messages, no, that when you give them basic 3 key messages, it always works. It's good coaching, and does a great job with Jared Waitley on a Thursday reinforcing that, because community coaching, you can
it's a hard
overload
gig.
it. You can overload it, and I think Sando keeps it so simple for his players and for the development of people. It just makes coaching so much more fun and easy to understand.
Well, it's a hard gig at the best of times, as Gary Ayres is finding out at the moment.
We can, because you can go. I go to clubs every week, as we do, and you see whiteboards that are just pages and pages of information, and it can be information overload. When the reality is, you only need the fundamentals and the capacity just to give out the basic points, and that's when you get the results.
All right, gents. We've spoken to both the coaches. The game isn't too far away, but we're going to take our first break. And when we come back, we'll continue on with EFNL Game Day right here on Radio Eastern 98.1 and live on YouTube.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. EFNL Game Day, King's birthday weekend, the big traditional clash between Noble Park and Balwyn down at the Bull Ring this afternoon. And we've got a thrilling contest here in the reserves grade. There's 15 minutes to go in the last quarter, and Balwyn hold a slender 4-point lead, 8 goals, 6.54 to Noble Park, 7.850. Josh Wood and Matt Spiderlee joining me.
Got his name right this time.
Oh, I did. Joining me on pre-match this afternoon. Whilst we're in Premier Division today, let's have a look. Next week's round of Premier Division ends the first half of the season. And we've already had a look at these two today. And obviously, one's going to be one loss and one win richer when they head into their round 9 clash so far this season. Has there been any side in Premier Division in the 8 games that we've played so far that have surprised you?
Well, Balwyn for me, because I was expecting with those players departing, Goebels, Cross, and Goebels, Cross mainly, that they would drop off a little bit, because those are some pretty key players and a bit of experience they've lost. But it hasn't really affected them. I think we all in the Premier Division pre-season preview podcast had them in that 4th or 5th spot. But a surprise from a negative side of things, though, Doncaster East.
Oh, well, that's the obvious one for me as well, Josh. I mean, when you consider at the start of the season the recruits that came into the club, the expectation, the ability that they felt they could take that next step. Ryan James really was excited in the pre-season about their chances, and I think we all were thinking after last year's finals appearance, they really took it to East Ringwood in that final. They weren't too far off Vermont at times in that preliminary final, and they probably thought, well, they're not too far away. They're just a couple of fingernails away from a grand final. But to take the enormous steps back, yes, there's been some injury along the way, a bit of carnage, but there's also just been some lack of effort. There's been some just really disappointing performances across the board for me, and just fundamentally they haven't stepped up this year as a playing group, and there's just been a lot of individual effort, so there hasn't been a collective right from the outset. They've just been beaten in so many games easily, and that East Ringwood game was a true reflection of where things got to. And then just over the last couple of weeks, it's continued to spiral, and that's unfortunate for them. But they'll definitely have to go in and have a review of where it's gone wrong so horribly, because it just shouldn't have got to this situation. They're a lot better side than what they're currently putting out. I mean, it's very disappointing for their footy club, because they're right down. They're, I suppose when you look at it, Brash, they're a bit like South Gordon from last year. Yep. They've really just taken those enormous steps back, and there they find themselves down the wrong end of the ladder. And you're only really a couple more losses away, and if Norwood and Berwick start to get a win or two in the second half of the year, they're under real pressure to continue their spot in the Premier Division. So it's not as simple as that, I know, but they've got some real work to do in the weeks going forward, and they need their best team on the field, but they also need some of their other players stepping up and showing some leadership, because at the moment there's just no leadership at that club present.
It's almost like wax lyrical, these two sides, Noble Park and Doncaster East. Cast your mind back to round 1. Noble Park only beat Doncaster East by 10 points at Zerby's reserve. But both these sides basically have tracked nearly each other.
They have,
all the way through. And I think the wins that they've had have basically been against the same two sides.
I was about to say, yeah.
Well, yeah, they have, but it's just the thing is, I think it's just the way that they've played. I mean, at least Noble Park at times they've looked a little bit more promising, whereas Doncaster East, last week they did put up a really good effort against Blackburn, and then in the last quarter, the Burners put on the afterburners and blew them away in the last quarter, and that was evident where Blackburn's heading at the moment. And they're another side that have really showed that steady progression and of improvement. I've been really impressed with what I've seen on a couple of the occasions that I've watched Blackburn play this year. A couple of really good wins against Vermont. Obviously a disappointing loss on Anzac Day against South Croydon, but They've had some really tight results. That unlucky loss to East Ringwood. They were in control of that game until the dying seconds, and couldn't put East Ringwood away right at the final moment. But then obviously Doncaster East last week, they got that win, but then it was really just the Roval game where they had their chances, but they couldn't capitalise on the scoreboard.
Yeah, interesting enough, right? I think I still think, right, in my eyes, the interesting side where the verdict is still out is Vermont. Where do they exactly stand? I mean, next to Balwyn, they're on a 5-game winning streak, right? They've beaten all the sides that they've had to underneath them, yet to beat a top 4 side. I've looked at and analysed their side, and for Rossiter and Tyson to keep flourishing in that side, and for Vermont to be a serious threat when it comes finals, Nielsen has to stay in the side and play all the way through, and he's going to have to kick goals against the more well-credentialed top 4 sides to give Vermont some confidence in him moving into a final series, Spider.
Yeah, well, if they bed that forward line down, Josh, I think everyone knows that they can definitely do some damage in the second half of the season. I mean, we know that Thiessen has that real ability. We know that Kalkowski, I've talked about it so many times, when you be the third forward. He's not the number 1 forward. He's your third forward, and he's the one that gets to the bottom of the packs. He's the third forward. He's the third target, and then you've got Nielsen who kick it too long and deep into the goal square. Not many players are going to outmark him. He's just too tall, and he's got a lot of experience. So,
Josh, one player that I've been in contact with a couple of Vermont people that have explained to me about some of the different roles that some of the younger players are playing. And Lucas Vaxis is a point in question. He was playing centre half forward, but the coach is now showing real faith in him and giving him the big jobs on a week-to-week basis now because of what he brings as a footballer to the table. Him and Johns, right, are still really that engine room now moving forward. Yeah, they certainly are. The Vassos has improved a fair bit this season, and maybe he's the player that once, obviously it's still a while away, that once Lockie Johns does decide to hang up the boots, and hopefully for Vermont's sake and EFNL fans' sake he doesn't, because he's just put together a terrific season. You almost know that each side in this division, right, has one of those players that has to play that role. Yep. Lucas Vassos is playing that role. Adam Parker is giving him probably the toughest assignments, like the other coaches are giving it to their player that they feel like can have the biggest influence on stopping a prime mover from the opposition. Those players in the end up being worth more than other players in the fact that they end up being able to play in multi-positions, right? And when it comes to being first picked in the side, they're the players that are going to get picked before the other players who are only one-dimensional. Yeah, and you're starting to see it more, not just at the EFNL level, those type of players looking to take on the best and take them out of the game. Like you're seeing it at the AFL level last night, like with, I think it was Jared Berry who had the job on Marcus Bontempelli and was able to quell his influence in the midfield, still kicked 3 goals, but it's becoming a lot more prominent than it was a couple of seasons ago, I feel, that Tagger or those type of players just trying to limit the influence of some of those key players. And even then, they're still going to be learning a lot off them if they get off the chain, or someone like a Lucas Vassos. So it's certainly come back into the play, and Vassos is one of those players. Yeah, big few weeks for Vermont Brash, I think. The next 3 games. The Blackburn game, I think, will really be the centrepiece. Yeah, they've got who they got? East Ringwood. Then they start the second round of the season again. They've got Blackburn and then Balwyn again. So at the moment they're 5 and 3. I think so. Yeah. Right. They could easily be 5 and 6. They could easily be 5 and 6, and back in the pack again, fighting for that 5th position. The other end of the scale actually now has even become more important. Right. The bottom 2 clash now between Berwick and Norwood now takes a lot more precedence next Saturday afternoon down at Edwin Flack. Berwick in recent times, I reckon, have shown glimpses. They've stayed in games a lot longer. Norwood, yes, they got the win against Noble Park, but once again they were horribly outclassed again by Vermont.
Well, the
last week.
difference is, Brush, when you have VFL players in your team, you can be more competitive. When you're a bottom side, you can get that makes a big impact in what you're trying to do. But when you lose those players, it's just depth. You don't have the depth across the field to be able to compete for long parts in games. So that's the challenge for Nord, because Brett Moore's been playing a lot of the young players, and his hand is forced. So he's got because that's just the cards. The way it is, it's a card they're dealt with. And this game will be determined pretty much on the selection of VFL players next week. Now, if Berwick have a couple of their players coming back, and if they can maintain a bit of a consistency with consolidate their team lineup, then they'll give themselves a real good shot beating Norwood at home. I mean, it'll be a really interesting clash to see how that unfolds, and I think it'll be really close. I can't. It's very hard at this point in time to predict the winner until I really see the team sheets on Friday.
I think the other thing too is, and look, I'm looking at I guess I'm looking outside the box here and looking at the bigger picture for Premier Division overall in the EFNL structure. And I sort of feel, right, as you know, for as good as what Norwood have been, I think personally, for the betterment of the league, I think it's important that Berwick win games and hold their position in Premier League, because it becomes a part of Melbourne that's not represented, right, which if they stay in, it gives them a point of difference to say that we are playing in the Premier Division of this competition. And that really does help with recruiting. Would you agree?
Oh, that always helps when you've got players to recruit and you're bringing through juniors. It's all about growth. We all understand the demographics of what's going on in community football at the moment, and a lot of clubs have been victim of it. But the reality of it is that they've actually got to get out there and do the work physically, and they've got to get out there and do it. They've got to roll their sleeves up and get it done. It doesn't just happen like that. We'd all like to think the practicalities of that happen, but unfortunately, they've actually got to get some of these young players in and continue to develop, and hopefully for their sake they can stay in long term. If they don't, they go back, drop it down a division, they come back up and strategically plan for the future. I mean, there's sometimes no disgrace in going down a division to rebuild. I mean, we see it so many times in other competitions with the 2 up, 2 down, or in other competitions where a team goes down and comes back up the next year. I mean, you even have to see it in Division 1 this year. Park Orchards are a really realistic chance to come straight back up, potentially. So, and they weren't the worst side last year, but I mean, that's just how the ladder and how the system worked on them. So they just had to cop their whack and go down and do what they need to do and try and see if they can get back up as quick as they can.
And we've seen it slowly build for someone like a Montrose over the last couple of years. Like obviously 2021 they returned to Division 1, and now they're sitting up at the top of the Division 1 or in the top half of the Division 1 table. So it might benefit Berwick, but I agree. I would love to see them stick around in Premier Division, just because their junior pathway is definitely one of the strongest going around.
As is Beaconsfield down there.
Oh, well, Beaconsfield have got that tremendous imprint in that area as well. So they're going to be a side that's going to be strong. And it's not too dissimilar to what we experienced 20 years ago when Noble Park came into this competition. Everyone talked about the dominant factor. Yes, everyone knew there was going to be some success for Noble Park and for Balwyn when they were coming in, but we had to move past that, because we had eras where clubs like Mitcham, Vermont, East Burr were successful for such a long period of time, and it was really dominated by 3 clubs over probably a 20-year period.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't get any closer here at the moment. We are down to the last 2 minutes in the reserves contest between Noble Park and Balwyn, and it's Balwyn holding the lead by a bee's diaphragm here, 9-6-60.
Killadilla, as KB would say.
To Noble Park, 8-11-59.
Might get a chance here.
As Noble Park now move the ball into their forward 50. And it's now gone in there, and there's a mark.
There we go.
There's a big mark there.
Do you want to call it, Brash?
You're calling it, Brash.
Go for it.
Go for it.
Cover yourself in glory.
No, I'm not a Ray Baird.
Ray Baird's already out there this morning at the Interleague, 2 games.
I heard he's done a pretty fair job too.
He's put his hat in the ring for calling Premier Division Grand Final, I reckon. He's done an excellent job out there.
I did call
number 1 seat.
I did call alongside him this morning, and he is pretty good. He's settled in with pretty much ease. But I just saw the team sheet. It's Jordan McDonald with this set shot on goal for Noble Park.
And he runs into a goal, and he's
clanged it.
He's missed it.
Yep.
Ooh.
Well, there was your chance to call the match winner. But I will say, and we should send our...
That's a draw.
Yeah, it's a draw. Well, we should send our condolences to the family of Ross Booth, who was a great steward of ABC.
Yes.
VFL, VFA football, legend commentator, and he suddenly passed a few days ago. So we're thinking of Ross Booth's family and friends. And he was just a wonderful football person. He loved his community football, and he loved his state league footy and AFL. So our thoughts and prayers are with him and his family at the moment.
Yeah, and I think, it's 8-12 to 9-6 now. We're down to the last 30 seconds. So this could be a draw here. And both sides could walk away with 2 points. It's a bit of glass half full, half empty. You don't like the 2 points, do you?
I was about... there might be a chance here for ball. So it's in their attacking half, and they're inside 50. And they've gotten a mark.
So this kick will actually decide the contest here.
It could actually... I'm not 100... I can't see who it actually is. But
don't worry about that. We just need to know that someone's going to kick a score here. Look, finally, before we bring in the call team and go to our last ad, I think that this has perennially been a fantastic contest, regardless of where these two sides are on the ladder. Yep. And I'm not expecting anything less this afternoon. Would you agree?
Definitely not.
Yeah, definitely.
And Balwyn have won it.
He's hit the post.
He hit the post, and it's one of the greatest hooks in history for Balwyn. I'm expecting this game. Hopefully it's like this reserves game. Comes down to the last kick. But certainly going to be hopefully it's going to be an absolute ripper, and we'll see if Noble Park can respond after their last month and Balwyn can continue their undefeated season, Brush.
Well, Balwyn, get over the line. 9-7-61 to 8-12-60. That's EFNL game day. When we come back, the best called team in town to bring you the big King's birthday clash between Noble Park and Balwyn.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome out here to Pat Wright Senior Oval. It is in Noble Park, and it's the standalone match of the round, the Eastland match of the round today on the King's birthday weekend between Noble Park and Balwyn. We're really excited about this one. My name is Ben Warren Smith, and it's been a while since we've been up on the balcony, but it's really nice to be out at such a fantastic venue out here at Pat Wright Senior Oval, aka the Bull Ring, affectionately known, and the ground's looking good. The rain has eased, and there's a really big crowd in today as well, which is what we want to see as well, a standalone game. Seeing some of the premier teams in this competition for such a long time, such a huge rivalry they've had over a number of years, and this game has become quite the fixture on the EFNL calendar. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Traditionally, it's where the away side might get the points. Today, the away side comes in as the favourite, and a pretty strong one as well, but who knows what the home side can do. We heard from Steve Hughes on pre-match in a great interview. Well done to the boys with that one. He was very open and honest, and it went for a while too, but he wasn't afraid to answer the hard questions, and they know where they're at, Noble Park as well. Whereas Balwyn, Brenton Sanderson, well, he's a professional coach, we know that, and they're a professional outfit, absolutely. But let's digest what's going to happen in this game, and let's welcome the ensemble that we've got up here. And there's no man that I'm more comfortable calling alongside these days than the one and only Brett Beston. It's good afternoon to you, mate.
Thanks, BWS. Yeah, looking forward to this one. It's always a great fixture, the Queen's birthday match. And like you, it's been a while since I've been up here on the balcony, but a nice little spot to call from. A little bit of rain around today, but we're hoping that it stays away, and we're in for a good game this afternoon. Now,
no doubt you pulled down the Kyle Martin poster off the bedroom wall today to bring it in and get a signature. Don't worry, the Jess Bolton one's still up there, but the Kyle Martin one's come down today.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a tough day for Noble. There's no doubt about it. They are at home. But it's a different Noble side to the one that won the flag 2022. They've almost gone backwards really since then. They lack a key forward. They're missing some key players as well. They've got a lot of new guys in, the likes of Napa, Byford, Mullen. These guys are not such familiar names, but they've still got the bulk of them. Luke Balls are laid in today, which is great. The likes of Horton Mill and the Marsons and co. And of course the two big guns in the middle, so Martin and Sketcher. So look, stranger things have happened, but to be honest, the way Balwyn are going, I can't see anything but a Balwyn win today.
Well, speaking of Kyle Martin, he's just won the toss, and he is elected to kick to the right of your radio dial, right of screen, meaning that Balwyn will kick to the Moodamere end of Pat Wright Senior Oval. Time to introduce our special comments men this afternoon. You heard him host pre-match. He's the one and only Wayne Brasher. Good afternoon to you, mate.
Good afternoon, BWS, Brett and Matt, and looking forward to an enthralling contest this afternoon between these two clubs. My highlight's going to be the clash of the midfields, Martin and Sketcher versus Urban and Turner. And how those dynamics work out between those four players, I think will determine which side wins this game this afternoon.
Absolutely mouth-watering, isn't it, Brash?
It is.
Of course, man, we heard on pre-match. We hear him on Friday afternoons before the weekend, but we've roped him into doing special comments with us today, and we're pretty happy about it too. Good afternoon to you, Spider Lee.
G'day, Ben. Great to be here and on the balcony at the Bull Ring. Looking forward to this game. It's got so many different images about it that we're going to witness here this afternoon. So Balwyn going into this game in really impressive form, and Noble Park, as we alluded to in the pre-game, need to make a bit of a flag in the ground statement today and say that they're really a competitive unit going into the second half of the year, because their first half of the season has been mixed with results. Good off to a good start, but in recent weeks have just gone down a little bit.
It's all about the good start today. Let's cross down boundary side for the first time this afternoon, because we've got Josh Ward and Ryan Long down there. What's it looking like down there, boys?
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Conditions very slippery out on ground level, so potentially that might be something that can even up the contest. As you guys mentioned up there, the midfield battle is pretty even. I think it's just at both ends of the ground that Balwyn might get on top, so that's my tip. Josh?
Yeah, my tip is Balwyn as well. It'll certainly be an interesting midfield battle as we get underway, Ben.
Brett Beston to take us away. Here's the first term.
So it'll be Napa against Anderson in the ruck. It might have been Anderson that got the tap down that time, but it's fallen for Noble Park, and they've got a chance to go inside 50 early. Long kick, can they get on the end of it? Not at the moment. It's bouncing around. Paddled forward and sock it off the ground. They've got... Oh, it missed. I thought they had an early one, Noble Park, but just off target. It was a close thing, and it was O'Leary, I think, that got the toe poke in there. And the first score of the game is behind the Noble Park faithful to our right. But I'm not listening to them anymore. So we're first point on the board. Good start.
Going to be a day of entertainment if we're given that quicker score.
Yeah, got to love being up here with the social club. Ball in the middle, little handball out wide. That was okay. Rid got the handball away. Linking handball, Lamott. He couldn't quite hit the target. Thought there might have been a free kick paid. Nicely picked up there by Noble. It was trapped, though, by Smith. His kick was smothered. Bouncing in the middle of the ground. There's a lot of players around this football going nowhere is wise. Umpire said play on. Martin came charging in to lay a strong tackle. Still the umpire says let the play go. Little scrambly kick up towards centre half forward. Nice little handball away, scooped upon though there by Wise on the right boot. Goes deep for Balwyn, goes very deep. Getting a timely fist on it though was Noblet, and he knocks it through for one behind. Scores are level out here at the ball ring. Pretty fast paced early.
Very much so. And both sides are really trying to nut down who's going to control that goal-to-goal line this afternoon very early.
So if it continues at this pace, we'll be in for a really entertaining match as Nathan Noblet gets the left foot kick out towards the wing. Up they fly, ball goes over the back, but the whistle's gone. They're going to play advantage, I think. Noble streaming forward again. Kick though's been cut off over there. So an opportunity goes begging. Good mark taken there by the big man Anderson, and he gives it off. And it's going to be Red with the ball. Red goes down the line, trying to find a target just in front of the very impressive scoreboard out here at Pat Wright Senior Oval. And the ball is over the boundary on the far side of the ground, and we'll have a throw in. So we've had just coming up to 2 minutes gone, and behind a piece.
Got to be careful with their transition earlier in this game, Noble.
So Sketcher trying to work his way into a good spot. There's a bit of pushing and shoving in there as he tries to get himself in position to maybe claim a clearance, and it goes. Up they fly. It was Beach who, in fact, Anderson got in front of Beach that time, and Balwyn go inside 50 again. Good kick, Tilly, couldn't take it. Ball bouncing around over there. They're under pressure again, Noble Park, but they extricate themselves well. Marshall it is who gets it out, but it's going to come straight back. On the boot, where are the tall men? It is easily marked over there, and Noble Park will be able to bring it out.
Having a lot of early football is wise for Balwyn, but a chance now for Noble Park to use the grandstand side. The kick goes along the wing, getting into a great position to take a strong mark there. I think that is O'Leary wearing 65, normally in the 55. As the kick goes inside forward 50, and it was a spot-on kick too. Hit the target perfectly in Jack Beach, and he'll have a ping for goal. He'll kick from 45 out directly in front.
Good hit-up target there by O'Leary, Brush.
Yeah, and a good late pick-up late in here for Noble Park as well.
Let's get the boys on the boundary just to confirm number 65 for us when they get a chance. So it'll be Jack Beach. Comes in now. You'll hear the crowd erupt on the balcony if he can put this one through, but he's pushed it straight across the face. He's barely scraped that in for a behind. Minor score is the result. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 3.5 minutes gone in this first term on the King's birthday clash. And it's Noble Park, they're double ball and score, but it's only 2-1.
Should have done better there, Beach. That wasn't a really hard shot on goal there.
So it's going to be Balwyn to bring it back in as we await the first goal. A little bit of trickery there, and there's a whistle. And what's we going to pay here? He's gone too far. I think the umpire's paid, so running too far. A little bit of controversy, but it's going to be a Noble Park free kick.
Not often you see the old travel paid these days, is it, Spider?
It's an unusual one, but gee, it looked very tight.
Yeah, it wasn't much in it, but we'll take it, says the Noble Park fans, and it's going to be Jake Mullen who's going to line up.
What, including yourself?
I'm not so. I'm impartial at the moment. So Jake Mullen, another one of the relative new faces in this Noble Park side. You haven't seen a lot of him. In fact, to be truthful, I haven't seen anything of him, but here he comes.
At least you're honest.
At least you see what sort of kick he's got on him. He strikes it quite nicely, but he's way off target. In fact, he's lucky to get a point in the end. And the points continue out here. 3 points to 1, 3 behinds to 1 as we head down to the boundary.
Josh Stern is wearing number 65 today for Noble Park.
All right, so it was Stern who's listed in 64, but 65 it is.
So take two for Cunningham, who belts the ball out to centre half back. Big fist over the top. Sketcher was in there. Little handball over the top. Here's O'Leary on the right boot. Scrambly kick, though. It was chopped off nicely by Cunningham, who wants to waste no time. Kicks it across the face, looking for Wise, who's been lively early. Just couldn't quite trap the football, but had enough skill to get up and take off as well. Very classy play. Short passes on. Might just slow things down, the Tigers. No, they elect to keep going. Urban takes the mark. Still across that half back line. Just pokes it forward a little bit. Got a little bit of space. Handball nicely there by Lunny. Got the handball to the run of Kidd. Rid on the right boot up towards centre half forward. Out in front taking a strong mark was Tillig. He's too far out though. Slams the ball inside forward 50. This is good coast to coast football at the moment. Haley was in there, couldn't take the mark. Played for the free kick. It goes over the boundary line and out of bounds. A shout out to my niece and nephew, Eloise and Henry, who are listening and watching live on the broadcast today. Big Hawk supporters they are, but they're watching today, so I wanted to give a shout out to them.
Nice.
The lateral kick got to be wary of. Noble Park ball and are good at it early.
So umpire to throw it in. Up they go. It's Beach trying to get his way to the front spot. Might have just got a hand on that one, but it's on the ground. There's to be contested. Picked up nicely and a good tackle by Martin. And the umpire says we'll have the ball up. So interesting contest this one. We've had nearly 6 minutes and still waiting for the first goal. Relatively even, you'd have to say, early on. As Noble Park win the hit out over there. It's towards the boundary and it's going to be taken into the contest again. And we'll have another ball up.
I think Steve Hughes will be really happy at the moment the way that his half-back line is standing up.
Up it goes. Beach again. He's been quite lively early as the ball is won there by Ball on that occasion. They snap towards the goal, but it's off target. Can they keep it in over there? It's still in. Picked it. Well, Alex Urban tried to bring it away, but the whistle's gone. In fact, it's Tillig, and the umpire says, what would he say? We'll have a...
Said it just hit the bottom of the behind post.
Just touched the behind post. So yet another behind.
No. So it's out of bounds.
Oh, it's out of bounds. Sorry, it is too. My bad.
The important thing is not to press up too far, Brush, as well. The Noble defence.
Well, it was a shallow throw in. It stays alive. Sketcher just wanted to force it through for a behind. Eventually, the Noble Park players do just that and through for another minor score. So it's points of plenty at the moment. 2-3. Noble Park have the early lead. I'll look to reload. So short passes on. Here's the skipper, Kyle Martin, and the champions of the Eastern Football League, and that's what usually happens. The commentators curse. You give them a rap and they stuff it up. But once again, Josh Wise, who's seeing a lot of the pill early, got it up towards the half-forward line. Nicely done there by Nobler. Got the quick handball away. They've got the numbers here, Noble Park. Series of handballs sees it in the arms of McConnell, who got the handball away. Probably was the wrong option looking for Sketcher, who tried to do a little sneaky kick off the ground. The umpire said, that's in danger, son. And Sticker is the player who receives the free kick. And short pass, don't know who that was going to. It was an absolute shocker, so a chance to repel now for the Bulls. High kick up towards the wing position. The pack forms at the fall of the ball. Nicely done there by Marson. Got the handball away. They're going to look to use the middle of the ground here, Noble Park. You've got to hit those targets. Scooping up nicely there, though. McInerney linking up now. Well, O'Leary goes inside forward 50. It was a beautiful kick. An absolute beautiful kick, and they've taken the mark, Noble Park, about 45 metres out. Quite a difficult angle, but chance to kick the first again.
Yeah, the Balwyn backline pushed up too far and got caught napping there on the overlap as Noble Park went through the midfield.
Yeah, big kick for O'Leary here.
He's not playing.
Not playing.
That's
sorry.
That's
yeah,
Stern.
Right. Stern, I mean, yep.
Number 65, Stern.
Thank you. Glad someone got back to us on that one. Hey, Besto.
Only
Stern.
about 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know. Stern goes goalward. He pushed it right across the face. That wind really held it up there. So, chance for Balwyn to reload once again, Besto.
So, Josh Walker, he's been around the traps a bit, of course. Spent some time at Geelong, went up to Brisbane for a while, and I think he played somewhere else too.
North Melbourne,
that's right. He's a bit of a journeyman. The ball is there for the contest. Ball comes down. Urban dives on it for Balwyn, and there's no way in the world it's coming out of there anytime soon. The umpire says we'll have a ball up. So still no goals out here, and remarkable. We've had 9 minutes as Beach, in fact, it's one knob that it was. He went underneath the ball that time. Alex Urban gets a funny old kick into the middle. Can someone get it? Bouncing around. Noble juggle with the footy. Now they've got it, and they get it forward again, just to the edge of the 50-metre line, but it's bounced past everybody and gone inside 50. Marson tried to pick it up. Now it's Sticker running across the half-back line. Fires one out towards the... That's a beautiful kick, but just getting him there in the nick of time to effect the spoil, one of the Noble Park defenders. Ball on the ground. It's all very untidy as Horton Melbourne hasn't had too much of it early, but he finally gets a touch. Goes forward, and that'll be a free kick.
Ooh.
I think it's going to go against Josh Walker, who just made contact there, high contact.
Yeah, a bit of interference.
And the Noble Park faithful pretty happy about it too as they get the free kick.
On appearances, the ground looks like it's in good nick, but there's some greasy spots. The players just aren't able to hit their targets from both sides at the moment. So it's going to be a war of who can hit the target and kick the goals when required.
Really stiff, that free kick, I thought.
Oh, yeah, it could have gone either way, couldn't it? Play on.
play on.
That's what I thought.
So Jake Mullen comes in now. 40 metres out. Will this one go through? It has. Finally, they get the 6-pointer, Noble Park. They've started off this game well. Wayne Brasher 1-3-9 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard to 2 behind, but they seem to have had most of the play, Noble Park.
They have, but they've settled a little bit better than Balwyn and what's his name is Mullen is providing some real nuisance value early.
Bit of a target.
I might have to change my tip, I think. Early days, but they have started very well, Noble. A little bit better than I thought they might.
Some good inside work too around the ball from Noble as well, using their hands.
So umpire's getting ready to throw it up again. We've had just over the 10-minute mark. In fact, 11 minutes gone. Noble with the first goal. There's the ball up in the contest. Napa, one of the new men in that Noble Park side. Socket off the ground. Ball going to go inside 50. In fact, not quite inside 50. As the ball is bouncing around, nicely done over there by Lamotte. Lamotte goes into the pocket and then squares one into the middle, but nicely cut off over there. And Liam Scott will have control of the footy, and he will bring it out. Haven't seen too much of Charlie Haley early on in this one, as that's not a great kick. And Sticker says, thank you very much. Ridd, in fact, it is Jamie Ridd.
He's done well early, Ridd. He's made himself, he's been involved in most contests.
So he's going to send it back inside 50, so maybe Haley might be able to get on the end of this one. Now he sends it long. Plenty of defenders over there. The ball knocked down. McDonald's there, but he can't get it. And it's wrapped up on the ground. I think Haley might be at the bottom of that.
That is the perfect position on this ground to direct your football halfway between centre half forward and full forward.
So Oakes it was on the bottom as the ball goes up again. One there by Noble out of Napa. And there's a snap for goal, but it is...
Bowen Smith.
Gone through, and Bowen Smith just out of nothing there. And it's a very quiet Noble Park crowd. You know when the ball would have kicked a goal because they go very, very quiet. And Bowen Smith gets Baldwin's first of the day and closes the gap up. So it's 1-3-9 playing 1-2, just waiting for the ball to tick over.
Yeah, the board's been down just a last minute or two. They've had a bit of an outage.
Well, sort of, but it was just good that they were able to put that forward pressure on Brush, wasn't it? And they were able to turn it into a goal, and that's been the mark of the way that Tigers play so far this season.
That kick of Rids into that forward 50 created the confusion.
Yeah, brilliant.
So back in the middle here, nicely done there by Napa, who stole it, spun on a throop inside 450. What a one-hander. Jamie Ridd stepping up really early for the Tigers, having a great game. Kicks it out towards the wing position. It was a 3-on-1 situation. He was looking for the lead there of Sticker, but he was behind, and over she goes for a boundary throw. And let's go to Josh Ward, boundary side.
Well, the scoreboard is back on. I was about to suggest they might have to turn on the old scoreboard out here because it's been out for the last couple of minutes, the new one.
Get the abacus out.
I'd need a set of binoculars to read the old scoreboard.
It's almost like the new scoreboard wasn't used to Noble being in front and it turned itself off.
That's enough of that.
As the umpire throws it in now. Once again, it was pretty shallow in the end. A big fist on the time by Bull. To see him back in the side, Luke Bull. One of the superstars of Noble Park. Umpires paid holding the ball. Good tackle there by Kyle Martin, the skipper. Winds around now. Never really wasted possession. He's going in towards a Noblet direction, who backed into the pack. And has he received a free kick? No, it's going the way of Balwyn. Might have been a little bit of shepherding off the play there. So a free kick to Cronje. Little handball off. Smith kicked the last goal and the only goal so far for the Tigers. That way on the left boot. Scrambly kick into the middle of the ground. Got it back to Smith. A kick was smothered out wide, but they've got the numbers now. Noble Park, McInerney, little handball back, and the kick goes up towards the direction there of Byford, but the paint beats all players. Over she goes for a boundary throwing.
I think one of the things about both these sides at the moment is both of them are struggling with the perceived pressure that either side is putting on each other. They're making uncharacteristic mistakes.
It's pressure around the ball, Brash. That's what it's about.
So umpire to throw it in. So I'll tell you one guy who's really standing up is Jamie Ridd. He seems to be everywhere on the ground at the moment as the ball is knocked out of the contest there by Napa. He's done well in the ruck so far up against Anderson. Juggling it over there is O'Leary or Stern, one of the two. And ball on the ground, trying to pick it up was Wise. Lost control of it. He's been good early as well. Gets the kick, but good spoil coming in just in the nick of time. Good work by McDonald. Yeah, it's over there again. All good strong tackle is that holding the ball. The umpire says no. Probably a bit lucky there Quaife it was. He got caught in possession, but the ball's gone out of bounds, and we'll have a throw in.
Boundary.
On the far side, down to the boundary we go.
One more jumper change for Noble Park. Bodie Lambert, usually wearing number 4, is now in the 58. Bodie Lambert.
Of course he is. Jumper changes. Gotta love them.
The bane of all commentators.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much to Ryan Long for keeping us up to date with that one. Overrunning the football there was Quaife. So the Tigers looked like they were running away with it then, but it was stolen by Noble Park. Kick goes up and spending a lot of time on that far side of the ground at the moment, Brash.
Yeah, it is. That always seems to happen every time we come down.
Yeah,
to
it's
cover.
a bit of a direction from the coaches, I think. Attacking side of the ground and defend.
Actually, I reckon the far side's the defence.
We defend it and you attack from this side,
Yep.
Broadcast side, yep.
Come on down to Pat Wright Senior Oval if you can. Not a lot of car parks really left in here. Everyone's parked illegally everywhere. But, there's no inspectors around, so that's okay. Rid, once again, big up and under kick. Wilson kicks it up towards the wing.
No, there's no point.
Come down for a bounty.
No point issuing parking fines down this neck of the woods. I wouldn't pay him anyway.
Napa took the mark, and he's going to get a 25-metre penalty. He was about to give the handball away, the big ruckman, but the umpires paid for not getting back. We're hearing it a lot at the moment, the stand call from the umpires for where they need to go. As the kick goes inside forward 50, Horton Milne, the hyphen, took it on the second bite. Got one high for his troubles, but managed to pull the mark in. And he'll have a shot from about 48. It's going to be difficult for him to make this distance, whereas he's looking, it's very bad, Englandman. Got the handball away now. He wasn't confident. And go goalward, Noble Park, and it's a sensational kick for goal by Jackson Sketcher. What a sensational player he's been, and why wouldn't you give it the handball off to a player of his ilk who can just bang the ball off one step from 50, and that's exactly what he did. Early contender for the Tobin brothers goal of the day.
I don't think Brenton Sanderson will be too happy about that, letting Sketcher get an easy stat like that.
Yeah, well, unmarked, Brash. That was really a time for it. You've got to be tighter. And,
they went to sleep there, Balwyn.
So, good start by Noble. This is now turning into their second goal, and they lead by 7 as the umpire throws it up. Well, getting a good jump there was Beach. He was up in the air for ages. Now the ball kicked out towards this broadcast side. Haven't seen too much of it on this side of the ground. And an easy mark taken over there by Lamotte.
He's been good so far.
So he has. So Will Lamotte just looking around for someone to kick to. Not too many options at the moment, so he says just belt it forward. Gets it up to about the half-forward line. Up they fly. Mark has been dropped by Talik. He's been prominent this season with plenty of goals as the ball goes inside 50. A bit of defending to be done. Punch comes from Quaife. Picked up nicely over there, and they get it out of danger for the moment. Good mark taken over there. It's good work. So it's going to be Noblet. He's going to bring it out off the half-back line. Kicks forward and almost getting there. You can see how difficult it is to mark was Mullen, but he just couldn't hang on to it. The slippery ball. Now the ball knocked back inside. Ball comes away, but the whistle's gone, and it's going to be a free kick going the way of
Turner.
Balwyn.
So Kane Turner, a little bit soft that one as well, but it was there. But, not what you like to see. Quaife, the back of the pack. Clever kick. Spotted up his teammate there in Bull, who just coughed it up in the end. They might get out of danger here, running through the middle. Good tackle by Sticker. Great tackle by Sticker on Napa, and he brings the big man down, and we'll have a ball up. Almost centre-half forward here for the Balwyn side, who currently trailed this game by 7 points early in this first term. We've gone almost 19 minutes. We'll handball out over the top. They've got the numbers here, Noble Park. If the kick can make the target, gets that way now. Going inside forward 50. Where's this one going to go over the back? It was a handy one too. Handball looking for Napa. Chain charging through. There's a lot of Tigers around it now. They finally met to the contest. Little kick off the ground. That was a timely one by Cronje. And it's going to be Lux of Fortune as they keep the ball alive. Stickers in the middle. Got the handball back. He was looking for Goblibson. Got it away. That was good play. They've just got to hit targets. There's a lot of unforced errors here at the moment from both sides as the kick goes up towards the top of the goal square. Stern was there at the fall. The ball got kicked off the ground away from him. Bouncing right near the ball and dugout, and we'll have a boundary throw in. That was scrappy.
Yeah, the Noble are really working the Tigers over at the moment, especially inside the ground.
Yeah, they've certainly busted their rhythm a bit, haven't they, Noble Park?
So umpire to throw it in right about the half-back line, or half-forward line of Noble Park as Balwyn get it out, but it's going to come straight back. Good work there by Camilleri, having his first game, the debutant today. As the ball is spilled on the ground, but Noble managed to retain possession, and they'll go back inside 50, and it's going to be a in the goal square, and Marson says, thank you very much.
Oh, push.
Oh, come on, umpire. Taken there by Ben Marson, and he's poked it through, but he's been done for a push, and it's going to be a free kick to Balwyn.
Yeah,
I tell you what.
Clear. It was clear.
Like Tony Lockett would have only kicked 400 goals if that was a free kick. Not 1,200 as the kick goes out of bounds on the full. There's a fine line between some of that.
What do you say? It's Tiggy Touchwood?
Tiggy Touchwood is what it is.
Yeah.
So the kick from the kick-in's gone out of bounds. Wasn't sure if that was actually touched. Thought that might have ended up being out of bounds on the full, but nonetheless, we're still inside the Noble Park forward line. Nicely done by Napper over the top. He was looking for Marson, who got his own little push that time. Umpire said play on Urban. And hands and knees stolen, though, by Nobler. Got the handball over the top. This is Bull. Got dispossessed of the football. Throwing his head back, doing a fancy old little Joel Selwood job. There was Noblet, I think, on the right boot. Goes inside forward, 50. One-on-one situation. Little handball over the top there by Marson. Going nowhere, though, and we'll have a ball up. It's 40 metres out from the goal. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. 98.1 Radio Eastern all afternoon and streaming live on YouTube and Facebook around the globe as Big Napper got a backward hander. Stolen, though, by Urban for the Tigers. Kick out towards the wing position. The pack forms nearly a high-flying mark as well. Sticker somehow got rid of that football. Handball over the top there to Haley. He's been quiet, linking up nicely there. Sticker got it away. Here's Lever on the right boot. Goes inside forward, 50. Pushing his opponent out there was Oakes, who's going to have a lot of time. He might just mosey on in to one of the openest goals you'll get. And he slams it through for Balwyn's second. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 22 minutes gone here. It's a close game out here at Pat Wright Senior Oval. Hope you're enjoying it. 2-3-15 the home side, 2-2-14 Balwyn.
Boundary.
It's crossed down to Ryan Long.
Bodie Lambert copped that in the marking contest there. Knee in the back, so nothing with the head, but he's come off very sore. Would expect him to come on back shortly.
Lever, some good work there, Brash.
Yeah, it was, but both sides are prepared to roll the dice because they're prepared to push all their forwards and backs up to try and create that wall. And sometimes you're going to get caught on that turnover, and this time Balwyn benefited from that.
So 22 minutes gone. Really enjoying this contest out here. It's been a terrific game so far as the umpire sends it up. There's Napper again getting up. Anderson might have got over the top though and got the head out, so Balwyn will go forward again. Can they pinch a late one here? Maybe take the lead. Taken over there by Scott. And Noble bring it out. There's Bull. It's been prominent. It was a late in today. I was a bit surprised to see him not originally named, but Ducks and Drakes, because he was in the side originally, as they go back through the corridor. Noble bouncing around awkwardly, but nicely picked over there by Balwyn, and they'll come forward now. There's a little chip out wide, and this is going to be downfield.
Be advantage here.
It's going to be advantage. Talik sits off, and the umpire says, hang on a minute, just bring it back.
See, I reckon I might have let that go.
Well, looked a little late.
I know it was a little late, but it didn't really...
Should have been advantage.
Well, it should have been advantage, but he couldn't do it because it was a downfield free kick. It had to go from that point, but that's just silly in itself because there was a massive advantage going the way of Balwyn.
So it's Wise doing a bit of pushing and shoving, and the umpire says we'll have a throw in. So we want to see the game flow, but probably by the letter of the law, it was the correct decision as the umpire throws it in. He's getting to the front spot there. It was Chevy Anderson who came over the top. Noblet tries to keep it and can't do so.
Oh, nearly knocked over the catfish.
Into the catfish, yeah. It's prominent today.
Oh, dear. Poor old Davis, his eyes just about popped out of his head there.
Probably thought all these Christmases were coming at once.
Going to get a shoulder charge as the umpire gets set to return. Turn the ball into play. 1 point game out here. There's Cronje getting up in the ruck. Ball on the ground. Trying to pick it up over there was Turner. Can they get it out of this very tight situation? They get it out through Urban. Tough as nails is Urban, and it's over there in the Davis Harrigan area.
This is a really tight contest, and you can tell that both these sides haven't played for 2 weeks because it's really, both teams are really struggling to hit a target.
So it's on the beat there of Martin. We might call it the Davis Harrigan stand, perhaps.
Yeah, no, that's really hard for me to laugh with this mouth.
There is a gazebo there.
Ball in the middle of the ground now. Standing over it, there was Marshall in the long sleeves. He's going nowhere, wrapped up by a couple of Tigers. One of those including Kane Turner and his mate Alex Urban.
Urban's
comes
been
in.
busy.
Yeah, good old Keith, having a good day.
What's going on there?
Yeah, there's been a little bit of mischief.
Bit of Argy and or Bargy.
A little bit of mischief. As Marshall swings it out wide. That's an absolute shocker of a kick. Stolen by Wise. Dispossessed with the football by McDonald. Coming in now, though, Urban swings around on the right boot, scrambled it up towards the half-forward line. Needs a little bit of luck. Coming in from the side there was Marson for the Bulls. Bias says play on. Kick off the ground, goes in towards the middle, so scooped upon by Martin, who just gets underneath a barrel and goes inside forward 50 or thereabouts. Marson couldn't quite drop the mark. He had a little bit of support, though, there in Noble, who tried to paddle it back to his advantage. Stearns in there as well. On top of them, they're going nowhere. Well done there by a couple of the Balwyn backs. Cronje in one of them, and we'll have a ball up here, 50 metres out from the Noble goals. Players around this. A few players asking for a free kick. Umpire just wanted to let that one go. So good umpiring in that instant. Bull was there. He's copped one high for his troubles, but ducked into the tackle, and we'll have a ball up. So far side of Pat Wright Senior Oval. It's a 1-point ball game. 26 minutes gone. Besto.
So up she goes. A big push on one of the Noble Park players. That was Napper. He's been really good today, Napper, I thought, as the ball is bouncing around, diving on it there. Was Balwyn, and it's been wrapped into the contest again, and Napa will have another chance to show his wares, as we'll have another ball up. Sketches there as well. So we've had 26 minutes gone. Can't be too long left. There's not been a truckload of goals in this first term, but nonetheless, as it scrambled forward, chance for Noble Park to get a late one. Come on, a free kick. Someone got pushed over there. I think it was Stern. Now Balwyn will bring it out though. Ball goes out wide. It's a one-on-one contest. Awkward bounce. This is going to be dangerous. Picked up over there by Haley. Finally gets his hands on the footy. Might be just about his first touch. Goes long. As they fly. Mark not taken there by Lyle. And Noble will be happy to see this one over, but it's still into the goal square, and they punch it through for a behind. That was potentially dangerous, but they see it through. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard with 26.5 minutes gone, I believe it is 15 apiece.
Should have been bread and butter for Lyle to take that mark there. He's a bigger man in the contest, and really did have the set.
He did, absolutely.
So scores are level here, 15 apiece as it goes over the back. Goblinson was underneath it, quickly trapped there by Sternham. Will have a ball up. Travelled all the way out to the wing position.
Feels like both teams are just ready for quarter time, doesn't it? They're not really over intense
you're
to
right.
score.
Well, Napa went up. Cronje copped one in the eye in the contest, so he just walked himself out of that situation. Fair enough too. Hope he's okay. Little handball out there by Rid, who's been a bit quieter in the last 5 minutes or so, but had a blistering first term as it all comes to an end out here, and it's where we started only 30 minutes ago with scores level. And it's 2-3-15 apiece at quarter time out here. Single goal kickers across the board. Jackson Sketcher and Jake Mullen have a goal for Noble Park, while Bowen Smith and Nathan Oakes are the goal scorers for the Balwyn Tigers. 1 quarter down, 3 to go. It's the King's birthday weekend Eastland match of the round out at Pat Wright Senior Oval, known as the Bull Ring. Stay tuned, because we'll come back and talk about what happened in that first term and just what might happen in the second right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round out at Pat Wright Senior Oval in Noble Park, the Bullring. Big crowd out here today, and rightfully so too. It's a standalone match in the Eastern Football Netball League, and it's a traditional game we have as well, and generally it's a good game too. Wayne Brasher, and today that was a bit of an arm wrestle that first term, wasn't it?
It certainly was, and I think both sides probably suffering a little bit of ring rust, I suppose, for want of a better word. They're coming off a 2-week break. Both sides were error-riddled, and really neither side really took full advantage of the opposition's mistakes. It just came down to some individual pieces of play in this first quarter. At this particular stage, no side looks like that they've got any clear advantage, BWS. So it'll be interesting to see what the second quarter throws up.
I was really impressed with the early work of Josh Wise, and I thought Jamie Ridd was quite lively for Balwyn.
Yes.
Kyle Martin's getting a fair bit of the football as well. He's turned it over a few times. Jackson Sketcher, good goal. He's making his presence felt as well.
Yeah, look, you expect all these big players that they'll start coming to their own as the game keeps rolling on. I think it's going to be really important early on in this second quarter to see which side can get a 2 or 3 goal lead and see how they pace themselves for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, don't look as nervous as what you were at the start of the game, Besto.
No, I feel a lot happier, to be honest. I wanted to make a mention to Daniel Napper. I thought he's been really good in the ruck for Noble Park. No, it's a bit surprising, to be honest. I didn't have high hopes coming out here today, and I know we've only had a quarter, so we don't want to go too early. But no, they've been good, Noble. So if it continues like this, it's literally a flip of a coin.
To see a lot of the Big Freeze beanies out here today. I know a lot of people in Victoria and even further afield are getting right behind it, aren't they, Spider? It's a fantastic cause.
Absolutely, BWS. Yeah, it's always an important day coming up on Monday with Big Freeze and the chance to really contribute to this wild disease that we want to try and get a cure for. And the Danaher's have just done an outstanding job.
It's the only cause I give to religiously every year. My nan got motor neurone disease back in 1988 or late 80s.
Yep.
And at that stage it was very, very early and no one really knew too much about it. So it's something that's really close to my heart, and I think it's fantastic what Neil's done, and just an absolute legend of a man.
And the only reason you're not wearing a beanie is because they're not big enough to fit your head.
Boundary.
I wasn't given one. I'm still waiting for mine.
Let's cross down boundary side to Ryan Long or Josh Ward.
I'm alongside Steve Hughes, Noble Park coach here. Steve must be pretty pleased with that first quarter.
Yeah, well, we're in the contest, and that's the first box tick. So we're obviously playing a really good side, but I think our pressure's really strong around the source, and really happy with our back six that quarter. They fought well against a pretty high quality forward six for the opposition. Liam's got a good job on the while so far. Nathan Noblett and looking that
interview
back is having things.
Yeah, and I was just about to ask about the pressure acts. You highlighted that in your quarter time address, which must be really pleasing. But do you hope to keep it up? Or do you reckon you can keep it up for the rest of this contest?
That's a challenge. So we started really well with our pressure. If we drop off, we'll get rolled.
Focus.
So I think the group are aware of that. Hopefully we can maintain.
And what's the message heading into this second quarter?
Just same again, mate. Same again.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you very much to the smiling assassin, Josh Ward, with senior coach Steve Hughes. Let's go to Ryan Long, who was over at the Balwyn huddle.
Yes, at the Balwyn huddle. Good to hear Charlie Haley addressing the group as well. Talked about the pressure, the overall pressure. They've been out-pressured by Noble Park. They're talking about the balance around the contest. They've been outnumbered at a few times, outworked, and their spread was much better from Noble. So a few things that they're looking at this quarter to be fixed. And they're also not going to be worried as much about Martin and Sketch as they were in that first quarter, looking to just go head-to-head, win their own footy.
A+ to both boundary riders for their quarter time work there as the second term about to get underway. It's 2-3-15 apiece. Here's Brett Beston.
So the umpire to throw it up. It's going to be Beach against Anderson in the ruck. Anderson's done pretty well in the first term. Bouncing around over there. He goes in and gets the footy back, Anderson. But it spills out. Noble can come forward with an early inside 50. Kick, it's not going to quite. And Marston's taken the mark. Beautifully done. Just got his body in the right position there, Marston. Now he drills it into the hot spot, but it's been cut off over there. Poor kick, and Josh Walker says, "Thank you very much. I will have that, and I'll bring it out."
Just didn't lift his vision then.
Disappointing entry there after such a good mark. So Josh Walker trots off this time as he kicks out towards the wing position. Oh, what a strength, brute strength there by Lamott to pull it in with the left juke. Kicks it into the middle of the ground. It's a risky one too. And it was a one-on-one contest, and Noble Park have taken the mark, and Jackson Sketchy is sort of the play you avoid in those one-on-one contests. Got it away to Martin. Those two have linked up so many times over the years. Marshall running onto it on the right boot. Kicks the ball inside forward 50. It was nicely fisted away. Napa was there at the fall of the ball. McDermott for the Tigers. Good tackle there though by Marson. The umpire said it was okay. Everything's legal. Let's ball this one in. So right forward pocket, about 25 metres out from the Noble Park goal line.
Happened a couple of times with ball and have turned the ball over in that mid part of the ground, Brush.
They certainly have. They don't want to score here, Noble Park, from this forward 50.
Great recovery, Brash. Martin on the right boot, slams it on and kicks a goal. Brett Beston gets up and about as well, and that's an early contender for the Tobin brothers' goal of the day from a stoppage. He just knows where to be. He's a smart footballer and knew where the big sticks were.
That's exactly where you want your players to be, front and square, where the ball is.
Yeah, it's a coach's game plan for that one. Just the old set play.
So the skipper gets his first. That's the third now for Noble Park. Bendigo Bank scoreboard 3-3-21 to 2-3-15. 2 minutes gone now in this second term. 98.1 Radio Eastern throughout Victoria and, of course, around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Here's Besto.
So it shows how much they missed him last year. You can't lose a player of Kyle Martin's class and not have some effect as Balwyn won it out of the middle. That's really good work. Jinking his way through there. Good work by Smith. Now gets a handball back. Cries of holding the ball, but I don't think that was right as the ball goes inside 50. And a terrific grab over there at Scott, I think. He's taken that. It is Liam Scott. Terrific intercept mark. So,
gee, that was a good mark under pressure.
It was. That could have been all sorts of problems if he hadn't taken that. He's got himself into a bit of trouble, though. Gets a handball out in the back pocket. They're a bit lucky to get out of it in the end as McDonald sends it down the line. But it's been cut off, and it's going to come back inside 50. Lyle. Oh, I tell you what, he wore one in the back of the head there. The umpire says play on.
Wow.
He just about had his head taken off. So now Noble will bring the ball out of half-back. Good kick. Finds a target in Mullen. Mullen turns around, needs someone to kick to. He goes long. Can he find a target? It's going to get inside 50. Mark, the ball goes to ground. Napa Azares is Marston. They soccer it forward. Diving on one of the Balwyn players. Maybe a bit lucky not to be penalised. But the umpire says benefit of the doubts, and we'll have a ball up. It was last man up there was McDermott. Umpire throws it up again. Up they fly. Henderson got the knockdown. Dived on it again. Got Leapson in there. And Balwyn get it out. It's probably going to come back. McDonald tries to get a punch on it. He can't do so. And it's out of bounds on the half-forward line for Noble Park.
Just would like to see the Noble forwards push up a little bit more to create that contest. A couple of times just held back just in that last passage of play.
I don't mind seeing that, Spider, but I reckon they've got to have one staying in that forward 50 just so that they've got someone there just in case the ball goes over that pack.
Yeah. Anderson did well, stole it out of the ruck contest. Quick left foot kick went out, but it was then kicked off by the ground by Quaife. Across the centre half back line there for Balwyn. They're trying to work things out there. Maybe a free kick for a sling tackle afterwards. There's a few tackles involved there, but the first one's going to go the way to Noble Park.
That's Stern.
Yep, Josh Stern.
Yep.
Seems like a bit of a favourite of yours, Brash. On the right boot. Goes inside forward 50 now. Is a good kick too, but mopping up nicely. Martin for two in a row for the skipper. He absolutely loves it, and after in the first term when we said he coughed it up a few times, he's made them pay with power in this second quarter, and they've opened up a nice little lead now, Spider lead, 2 goals out here, 4-3-27 to 2-3-15.
Exactly what they wanted coming into this second term, Steve Hughes would be really impressed. They've caused a turnover a couple of times, and then on the counter punch, you turn it into a score and you make it happen. So Kyle Martin, outstanding work.
Cross down boundary side.
Bodie Lambert has come back onto the ground. There was a little bit of a concern for him, but he's back out onto the back flank and gone straight to Charlie Haley.
So, what was the concern?
I think it might have been a shoulder or back injury.
Either that or it could have just been cramp as Stern gets the... I was going to say Stern had a big hand in that goal as well as the McDonald soccers it forward. Ball there for the contest. McDonald chases out towards the wing. Soccered forward there by number 16 in Cunningham. No one wants to pick it up at the moment. Eventually it's Quaife tries to get hands on it. It's still not been picked up. And eventually it's over the boundary on the far side. Just near the cricket covers.
Just appear more numbers around the ball at the moment, Ben, for the Bulls. They just feel a bit more fearless at the ball.
Well, they're leaving those covers out there till cricket season.
Possibly.
What are they doing?
They can't be bothered putting them away as the ball goes in. Beach sacks it forward. Funny old kick. Bouncing around over there. It's a one-on-one contest. God leaps in against Mullen, and it's going to go out of bounds.
He's holding his own, Mullen, this afternoon. He's really given Gobleedson something to think about as the contest keeps going on.
He's been lively all right, and it's a free kick to Balwyn on that occasion.
Yeah, went out of bounds on the forward kick.
Okay, didn't see what happened, but that's all right. So Balwyn will bring it forward. Ball goes into the contest again. Good work by Lyle. He's a big man, and they go inside 50 again. The bounce is awkward. Trying to get in. Oh, that's a free kick for sure. Goodness me. It's number 4 in Bowen Smith. So he got taken in a high one, and he's going to go back and line up at an early opportunity to reduce the margin. Suddenly it's jumped out to a 2-goal margin, but this will bring it back if he can kick this.
He's been busy early.
Good player.
Yep.
So it'll be Bowen Smith.
Normally very reliable, but he's a commentator's curse, as we know. But he has.
He'll miss for sure now. Bowen Smith, and he comes. There's the kick on the way, and he's got it. Beautiful kick. So
gun barrel straight.
No commentator's curse there. Bowen Smith gets his second of the day, and the margin is back to a kick. It is 27 playing 21 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard after 7 in the second term.
Both sides are really taking toll on everyone's mistakes at the moment in kicking scores.
The turnover games have been a really important factor for both sides.
Boundary.
Let's cross down boundary side to Josh Ward.
I am keeping a close eye on how many goals are kicked from turnover and from stoppage. Balwyn have kicked 2 goals from turnover. Noble Park have kicked the 3 from turnover.
Great job by Josh there in the stat centre. As the umpires go up now. Not the umpires, the ruckman go up. Napa got the knockdown. Quick kick forward for Balwyn now. They're looking for the quick goal as well. The double is Haley on the right boot. What can he manufacture here? He went post to post. What do you get for that? 2 points? boundary point post into the goal post. The double. You don't see that too often. He couldn't do that if you tried.
But when he's on the burst, he's just so exciting.
Certainly is. As the kick goes up, couldn't quite take the mark there was Marshall. Ball's been kept alive. Nice little handball there by Lunny. They got it away. Kick goes inside 450 for Baldwin. Oh, sensational mark. Getting up quite high and pulling it down on the chest in the end there. On the right boot going forward now. The kick goes, it's a low percentage one, only 5 metres out. Nicely tapped through by Lockie McDonald, who was being as safe as he possibly could be there. 3 for 1 behind. Bendigo Bank scoreboard shows Balwyn creep closer. It's a 5-point margin. Noble Park holding sway here. 8.5 gone, second term.
So Noble to bring it back in. He's the long kick out towards this wing, out towards the broadcast side. Tempted punch there by Marshall. Wasn't a particularly good one. And it's been gathered in there by number 17 in Wilson. And the umpire says we'll ball it up. A bit of feeling in this one too. Is the...
well, you'd hope so.
Yep, she's plenty on the line, and they're trying to grab it, but it's fallen out for Sketch. He got tripped, I think. Yep, free kick to Noble, just down in front of us here. So
right in front of us.
Crowd starting to come into it a bit as Sketcher goes a dangerous kick back into the corridor, almost marked there by Mullen. He's been lively, so they go inside 50, and this should be a gift. Beautiful mark, uncontested. So terrific work by Noble there in the Balwyn defence, hopelessly.
Yeah, they overcommitted again, the Balwyn defence. They pushed too much forward there.
But what happened there was Mullen probably knew he wasn't going to take the mark, and he saw Horton Milne coming from the side of his way, and he knocked it to him perfectly. That was sensational play.
And it was the same. It was exactly the same play as Kyle Martin getting that goal before. It was just a tap down.
So Jacob Noble, you'd back him in to kick this. He's pretty much right out in front. Relatively straightforward, but we shouldn't say anything. There's the kick. And
you said too much.
As only I can do, I've mobbed him perfectly. He's hit the post.
It's that wrist kick too that Sketcher did. You know, like he wasn't afraid it came off.
But those are the goals you just cannot afford to miss.
You've got to kick those ones.
They'd have let off something.
So it's Noble by a kick, and I'm not saying that ever again.
You know you will.
I love our very own John Blackman Lee Green, who comes in from the side. It works out magnificently.
Oh, well.
Valet,
John Blackman.
Dickie Knee.
What a legend he was.
Mr. Shammies, Mr. Shammies.
Marson couldn't get away.
Oh, it's on.
Yeah, how often does that sling tackle, induce the wrath of the players?
There's no yellow cards.
Because they know exactly what happens and how dangerous that tackle is.
There's going to
What
be
did
a yellow
you say,
card.
the swing tackle
Yep,
of the what?
card's coming out.
It was a sling tackle.
Someone's going to get a yellow.
Card is coming out.
Who was it?
Here comes old Yalla.
Who was it?
Kane Turner, boys, for the sling tackle.
So I'm saying that sling tackle really does. It's one of those ugly tackles that the sides don't like.
Oh, another one. It's Marson, is it?
No, he's just writing it
Oh,
down.
no.
Maybe he's been
doing his
reported.
paperwork.
Well, it's probably just that undisciplined thing from Kane. He probably just was overzealous with it all.
That's the problem with that tackle. Once you actually commit yourself in the mind, it's hard to pull back from.
And this is what we're trying to stamp out. Yeah.
You can't help it when it's the heat of the moment.
Well, it was pretty fiery there for a moment or so, but Jordan Marson going to restart now. Tried to be a little bit tricky-dicky as the kick goes to the left forward pocket down near the Davis Harrigan end of the stadium, and over she goes for a boundary throw-in.
The response in WhatsApp earlier. Please, gents.
So you take it away, Besto.
Sorry, mate. It's going to be Noble the umpire to throw it in. Noble Park attacking into the grounds. Up they fly. Cronje got beaten to the ball there as it's in the contest again. Play got thrown on the ground. Couldn't see who that was. In fact, it's Horton Milne. Ball spills out. They're under a bit of pressure here, Balwyn. As still there for the contest. No one really everyone's trying to pick it up, but no one is. And eventually I think we'll have a ball up as everyone just dives on it. So, thanks for joining us on our broadcast this afternoon, Facebook and YouTube, and of course 98.1 Radio Eastern for a cracking Queen's Birthday standalone match.
It's now the King, mate.
Queen's
you said you were going to do it.
I knew I was going to do it. Sorry, King's Birthday. It's a fine for me. So 28 plays 22.
What's the fine?
I don't know. I'm just fighting myself.
All proceeds going to M&D.
Yeah. So Noble getting their hands on the footy from the clearance. It comes out there. There's a funny little kick forward by Mullen. Can they make something of it? Not at the moment. And it's going to be a wrap-up. It's Marson with the footy. Have the Ben variety there.
They just have control of this game brush at the moment, the Bulls. They're just turning the clamps at the moment.
So one out of the stoppage. Quick handball off to Martin. Gets it off to McDonald, who has a snap for goal. How's it looking? It's... I've lost complete sight
very
of the ball.
wide.
Very wide, and it's missed everything.
Gone to Dandenong.
And we'll have a throw in the right forward pocket.
I reckon one thing that Noble Park have done is they've really, really stopped Balwyn's rhythm. Balwyn they're not getting those link possessions that makes them such a dangerous side at the moment.
The guy with the umbrella didn't want it.
Didn't want a bar of it.
Didn't want a bar of it.
Didn't want a bar of it. The young kid that positioned himself well to kick it back over the fence did a superb job, though. On the left boot, Balwyn out towards the wing. We're right underneath the scoreboard here. It might be a little bit of holding on Napa. Umpire said play on, and now the Bulls going to work their way through the corridor up towards centre half forward, almost pulling it down on the second bite. There was Noblet. Over the top there was Ridd, got paddled it to his advantage. Noblet came back in, he was slung down. Umpire said play on, quick kick out of the danger zone for the Tigers, out towards the wing position. Lever was going to be the first player there. He was waiting for the receive handball. Nicely done there by Tilly, goes backwards. Here's Cronje, got to weigh up his options. It's a scrambly kick. No one was home, though, to accept it. Chopping it off there was Woolgar. Still ball is alive. Little handball by Marston. Basically handballed it to the boundary line. They want to restart. They've got one. And we will have a boundary throw-in.
Prepared to move the ball. Slow at the moment, the Bulls.
So just waiting for the umpire to throw it back in. Still a kick the difference. Noble Park in front. They've had the better of the game in the last few minutes. Probably felt they should be further ahead on the scoreboard. Alex Urban gets his kick blocked. And we'll have another ball up as it's taken on the ground there by the big man Cronje. Wonder if he's any relation to Harmsy.
Yeah, he's if he can.
Well, he could be. He might be of South African descent. We don't know. We'll have to ask him after the game.
I would think so.
I would say he is.
Yeah, so the name but he could be like a distant cousin or something.
No,
It's a fair question, Brash.
It is, but he could also be Dutch as well.
Oh, dear. I'm sorry I asked. As the ball goes up, one there by Never in the ruck. As the ball comes out into the middle of the crowd. Welcome to Genealogy Unwrapped as the ball goes. A genealogy?
Genealogy.
Yeah, the one that talks about, whatever. So it's in the hands now of Noble as they bring it forward again. Kick goes over the top. Almost marked there O'Leary. It's inside 50. Horton Milne got there and got a huge body clash as the ball spills out and Balwyn will survive here. And they'll bring it out off half back and a nice little kick into the hands of Sticker.
So,
very stop-start for Balwyn. This is not the way they want to play the game.
No, but they're not being allowed to, Brush. This is terrific defensive pressure.
Sticker to Lever, goes out. Lever, the kick was going in the Lever direction. He was screaming for it for about a minute. They eventually went to him and it was chopped off by Sketcher. He wastes no time, thumps the ball inside forward 50. He was looking for Marston at the fall of the ball. Nicely done there by Marston of the Jordan variety. Whistle being paid here.
Yeah, it's a throw. He's called it Marston, a throw on Marston.
Throw on Marston. Marston to Marston.
Yeah.
Ball to throw. So
it's a bit like heart to heart. Ashes to ashes.
He's going to keep going.
He's going to keep going.
Kick goes out wide. Well, getting pulled underneath it there was Bowen Smith. The umpire said play on. Nicely picked up there, though, by Marston. Got it away. Kick goes up towards the Martin direction, who swings around on the right boot. Just poked it into the perfect zone. Running onto it nicely there was Byford, who just couldn't get boot to ball in time. Nicely chased down as well and rushed through for a behind. We've gone 16 and a half, almost 17 minutes now in this second term. It's an entertaining game, there's no doubt about that. It's a 7-point lead to the home side. Noble Park 29, Balwyn 22.
So it's going to be Balwyn to bring the footy back in. It's a cracking contest, all right, as the ball goes right across the into the back pocket. So just keeping control of it at the moment, Balwyn. They need to be sure by foot here as Cunningham has the footy. Looks around for someone to kick to, goes onto the left. It's a funny old kick out towards the boundary. It's been cut off over there beautifully, well read, into the hands there of the shot at goal, and it's McInerney who's just banged it through, brilliantly roved. He took the kick, wasn't a good one, and he's intercepted it and he just unleashed.
They just let him go.
And McInerney gets his first of the day. Another one for Noble. And they extend their lead on the scoreboard. It's 5-5-35 to 3-4-22. And we've had 17 and a half gone.
It's a turnover game, Brash.
It is.
They're pressuring them, making them cough the ball up, punishing them at the other end. And it's working at the moment. They're just playing this game beautifully and really pressuring the Tigers to making these silly mistakes.
Yeah, Scott McInerney, one of the EFNL's journeymen. He's been to a lot of clubs.
Certainly finished that one off nicely. Another contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. It's a kick from the centre of clearance for Balwyn. Goes up to centre half forward, taking it on the second bite. That time was Tillig. He's just weighing up his options. They need the response here, but he slammed it straight down the throat of Lambert. So
it's a bomb kick, isn't it, BWS?
Yeah.
It's just a dumb kick. You just can't do it.
Didn't need to either, to be honest. He had time to probably weigh up a few options because there were some in there. McDonald goes out towards the wing position, getting underneath the Ben Marston, who's having a good game. Switches the play into the middle now. They've got runners.
Marston to
Jordan.
Marston.
Yep. Jordan now on the right boot, kicks it up towards the half forward line. Going up strong there was Marshall, couldn't pull it down on the bite. So Tigers have the numbers at the fall of the ball. Kick goes in towards the middle. And felled upon after the kick, so it'll be a downfield for the Tigers. Now winding up is Oakes, goes inside forward 50, standing strong in position A. Lockie Quaith takes the mark, waste no time either on the left boot, just pokes it out. They'd love another one, wouldn't they, here, the Bulls, as Marshall, who's certainly been serviceable in this first half. The painted leg went up towards his teammate there in Beach, who couldn't pull it down. Nicely done there by Sticker, got the handball away. Now Balwyn a chance, a real genuine chance. Inside forward 50, it's a one-on-one contest. Ball's knocked back, looking where for Sticker. Wasn't there, wasn't able to do it. McInerney, though, mops up nicely for the Bulls. He's going to kick it out wide and falls just inside the boundary line. In the AFL, they probably call that deliberate. We don't do that here in this league. We play real football.
We know what the intent was, BWS, but it was...
The rule is there.
Yeah.
Out of bounds she goes, just forward of centre for Noble Park.
They're covering off all these exits, Brash, the Bulls at the moment. I'm really impressed with what they're doing.
So what a throw it in. We've had just coming up to time on in this second term, working his way to the front spot with Chevy Anderson. Here's the little kick forward, high up and under, getting underneath it there. It's bouncing around. Horton Milne tries to dive on it, and it's been dived on there. Free kick's going to go the way of Oakes. Was that a trip?
That wasn't deliberate, though.
No.
There was a trip before that.
Complete accident. He fell over his own feet, so Oakes is going to get a free kick. So just looking around for someone to kick to. He's been in the centre of the ground pretty much as he goes inside 50, trying to find one of the big targets, but there's plenty of Noble defenders back. Ball will come out again, so they should be able to get out of this Noble, bouncing around over there. Noblet, funny little kick down the line, and that's a push for sure, and that'll be a free kick to Noble Park. It's going to go the way of, I think that's O'Leary over there.
Stern,
sorry.
Rush's boy.
Yep, so... Yeah, it's McDonald. McDonald stabs it to no one in particular, and it's going to go out of bounds. Not one of his best kicks today, and we'll have a throw in.
It's the frustration of getting your numbers behind the ball, and this is what Noble are doing so well. This ball are getting frustrated. They can't get any momentum in their play of transition.
I reckon they're going to find a way to get Lyle into the contest. Give him 5 minutes on the ball.
Yeah, he's got to come up the ground, yes.
Spot on. Taking a fair old while to get this one thrown back in. Napa goes up against Anderson. No one got the real clear knockdown that time. Picked up by O'Leary on the left boot. Swings it around and swung it around. Not even close enough. And out of bounds on the full it goes.
But they're struggling to get this defensive kick out, Balwyn. So because they're so tight with the way that their forwards are pushing up, it's causing problems.
Well, Noble are gone man on man.
They are one-on-one. That's what he asked for them to do. Yep.
This is typical Steve Hughes defensive plan, Spider.
Yep.
It's what he built his reputation on.
Jamie Ridd to bring the ball back in for Balwyn. Looking for his options.
Eventually.
Using the grandstand side would be appreciated. Every now and again, that's all we ask. Up towards Anderson, but standing in front, taking a strong mark there is Lamotte, who's taken a few good marks in this game. Slammed it down the throat there of Sticker, who's went out wide to Cunningham. They're going to go further afield on the left boot. They've got a lot of left footers in this side to Balwyn. Wilson takes it on the right boot, switches it back in. It was a risky kick, but Urban took it, and he takes off. They're doing it in bits and pieces. Sticker got the handball away. Long kick by Cunningham goes inside forward 50. It was in position A there that time for Lyle. Little handball over the top. They've got a series of players everywhere here. Just reading the play magnificently there. Noah Lever just did it properly, didn't stress, didn't fret, and put it through.
Football.
That's it. No panic football. In she goes, and a timely one too. One that they needed, Spider.
Yeah, they've been waiting to do it.
7 points they trail by.
But it was a really good transition, wasn't it? You just waited for the moment, and then when the kick went forward, they had the numbers, got the ball over the top, and then they get the goal.
Yeah, clever play there, and they actually just felt like Brash. They took their time throughout, even though it was still sort of fast paced. They were going with the right option right of the way through the ground there.
Yeah, they did. They just caught Noble Park napping where they overlapped on one side of the ground.
So back in the middle, Beach had it for a moment but lost it. And we're getting into the, we've had 23 minutes played, so getting into time on. And the margin at the moment is 7 points.
It seems like this Urban-Martin clash is really pivotal in this afternoon.
It's a new word, I think, Brash. Pivotable.
Yeah, something like that.
So ball comes out. It's taken there by, I think it's Urban, but the umpire says we'll have a ball up because nothing's happening there. And we'll chuck it up again. So Martin lurking. Can he get hands on it? Free kick out of the ruck. Which way is this going?
It's going to Balwyn.
Going to Balwyn. I couldn't see too much on there, but nonetheless, it's going to be Oakes. It gives a handball off. No, in fact, it's going to be, this is a mess.
A ruck infringement. So Anderson's got the ball.
Eventually, we've got Anderson who thumps it forward inside 50. Another goal here for Balwyn, and they'd be pretty happy. McDonald hooks it out. Dangerous kick. It's probably going to come back in, you would think, but it's bouncing around. It's there for the contest. Quick hands off to Horton Milne. Horton Milne gets a nice little kick forward, and they'll go quickly here. Beautifully done. Sketcher gets onto the left foot as he got someone to kick to. Almost. Ball is, could have been a case for a free kick there. Plowing says the umpire. Ball goes forward again. Diving.
Big Napper.
Napper's in there trying to get it. The big man gets Horton Milne, gets a ball off to Mullen, trying to get some clear air for the kick. And what does the umpire say here? He's given it to Balwyn.
He's saying he gave him a little knock on the shoulder. It was weak as. Anyway, now a chance for Balwyn. They'll be spewing about that Noble Park. Rid on the right boot, slams it out wide, looking for Sticker. Paint's going to beat him. Right on his hammer was Kane Marshall.
Especially BWS when Napper, I thought, was entitled to a free kick.
Exactly.
Just in that forward 50 there too.
He did well, the big man. He was like throwing legs and arms like Inspector Gadget all over the place. Did really well as the umpire throws it in. A shallow one. Anderson in the front spot. Napper was there for Noble Park. The big man did well. Came out to Martin. Wasted no time. Slammed it on his boot. And a rare error from the skipper of Noble Park. Sees it go out of bounds on the full. 35 plays 28. 25 gone here in the second term. 98.1 Radio Eastern. And of course, streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Thanks for tuning in.
Can Balwyn turn this into a score before half time?
Well, no, not at the moment.
Well, stolen there by Horton Milne on the bounce, kicks the ball inside forward 50 and just lucks of fortune playing in front. Benny Marson takes the mark and he's had a good first half, Wayne Brusher, and he'll go back and try and get the answer here.
Most definitely. I think the key difference between the two sides at the moment is I just think Noble Park are just a little bit more cleaner with their disposal and they're hitting a few more targets in the right positions.
So, Benny Marson, of course, one of the brothers playing today. Jordan as well. Both been in amongst it in this first half. Really important kick for Noble Park. They really have held sway in this first half. He kicks from the paint to 50. It's a big kick. Does it hold straight? It doesn't. It just goes left of the post and through for a minor score. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 26.5 gone in this second term. And it is an 8-point lead to the home side, Noble Park.
Important to lock the ball in here for the Bulls.
So, Balwyn to bring it out. Can Noble force the turnover? There's the kick out. Ball is there. He goes up. In fact, it was a 2-on-1. The ball spills out, though. It's dangerous. Snapped up on the ground there. He cries for in the back. But the umpire says nothing doing, and we'll have a free kick. Last man up with the footy there is number 19 in Camilleri, the first gamer for Noble Park. Umpire to throw it up again. Up they fly. One there nicely by Noblet as the ball comes out, and that's Balwyn trying to get off half back. Good work by Camilleri though. Put a bit of perceived pressure on. The ball comes out, it's inside. Quick hands off to Quaife. Almost a high tackle. In fact, it is a high tackle. No, in fact, he's played it to...
Holding the ball.
He did drop the ball.
Crowd disagrees.
Okay, so free kick going the way of Sticker. I disagree as well, but I'm a little bit biased, I suppose.
You should be standing with him over there.
So the ball comes out of inside 50, bouncing around over there, picking it up as Lever on the ground. Snap for goal from Lever, in fact, and he's off target. So goes through for a minor score, so a late opportunity for Balwyn, which they can't take. 5-6-36. Plays 4-5-29, and we're 27.5 gone in the second term.
They need to hold this ball in their forward 50 here, Balwyn, and see if they can pinch a goal on the stroke of half time.
So Nathan Noblet, what a great name that is. Just gets every bit of 60 metres out towards the wing position. Marson got the handball away. It was stolen by Horton Milne. His kick was smothered. In and under, getting his hands on it was Noblet. Got the handball away. Over the top of him was Kane Turner. Umpire said play on here. Everyone sort of stopped, expecting it to be a ball up. Little kick around the corner by Marson. Picked up by the big man there in Napper into the middle of the ground. They've got a chance here, the Tigers. Taking off there was Wilson. It was a 25-metre penalty, and he's taking off with it as well. He wants to waste no time. Kicks the ball inside forward 50, and he just did the right thing too, because he knew they had the spare players or players in position in that forward 50 for Balwyn, and he's kicked it straight down the throat of the danger man, Charlie Haley.
Just read the game perfectly then, did Wilson. He knew he had to go, and he obliged.
Equally smart bit of body work there by the skipper there. He just gently manoeuvred his player out of position there to take that mark.
Experience.
Yeah, so a captain's goal to bring them back to within 1 point. Charlie Haley, a prolific goal kicker. Almost just write this one down for Charlie. He makes no mistake. Straight over the goal umpire's head. That one goes. And it's a very close contest out here today at the Bullring. We're really enjoying it, and we hope you are too. 36, Noble Park 35, Balwyn on the eve of half-time.
Just feels Brash the Ball are starting to get the game back on their terms a bit just in the last 5 to 7 minutes for my liking. Noble just feel like they've dropped off in a couple of key areas.
I just sort of feel like that they haven't got real bang for their buck, Noble Park, in the first half. They've had a lot of opportunities, but they've also left a couple of goals on the ground as well.
Yeah, I completely agree. That little period, or quite long period they had, they didn't really get a lot for it. As the ball is in the ruck once again, trying to pick it up was never.
That was a throw.
The ball comes out, so Balwyn, they won't want to concede another one here, but Balwyn are coming forward. This would be disaster. Sticker's picked it up just on the edge of the 50, but he's wrapped up, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So the rain continues to fall lightly out here at the Bullring, but nothing too bad at the moment. As long as we don't get wet, that's the important thing.
Disagree.
All right, so free kick. No, not going to be a free kick. One of the Balwyn players got thrown to the ground there, but the umpire says play on. In fact, it is getting quite heavy now.
It is raining, yes.
Yes, all right. So up it goes again. Anderson up against Napper in the ruck. Anderson gets it inside 50. This is an important one.
No!
Charlie boy. And there's going to be a free kick now. Which way is this going? It's going to Noble. So they'll be able to get out of this. A little bit lucky, perhaps. So as the clock ticks over 30 minutes, it's 5-6, 36 to 5-5, 35, getting towards the end of the first half in this King's birthday clash.
Jacob Noblet kicks the ball out as the siren sounds to announce half-time out here at Pat Wright Senior Oval on the Eastland match of the round. It's the King's birthday weekend standalone game between Noble Park and Balwyn, and it's the home side leading by one solitary point at half-time, 5-6, 36 to 5-5, 35. The major goal kickers on the ground. Well, Kyle Martin has two, the skipper for Noble Park, singles to Sketcher, Mullen and McInerney, whilst Bowen Smith kicked one goal in the first, one goal in the second for Balwyn, whilst Noah Lever and Nathan Oakes also have singles. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today, 98.1 FM, and of course streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. There's no other games as you go local for your football this afternoon, so you're staying warm, you're watching or listening to us, or you're actually out here enjoying what is a great contest so far. One half's down, one to go. We'll be back right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see.
What we'll do is record on the PC, so if you want to record.
Or did you run into the goalpost again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland Match of the Day out here at the Pat Wright Senior Oval. It's Noble Park who lead at the halftime break in the traditional standalone King's Birthday clash against Balwyn 5-6-36 to Balwyn 5-5-35. Josh Wood here alongside Matt Spiderley and Ryan Long for the halftime show. Gentlemen, certainly been an interesting first half. We were just talking off air though that Noble Park will feel a little bit underdone just given they had more of the dominance in that first half, Spider.
You just feel that towards the end of that quarter, they could have easily been another 2 goals up. They just had so much of the ball, particularly in their 50. I mean, the ball was virtually locked in their forward line for a majority part of the quarter, and Balwyn were really struggling to get the ball out. There was turnovers, which ultimately cost them goals on the scoreboard, but also could have cost them a couple more additionally as well. Just from some turnovers, some silly mistakes from the Balwyn defence, which has been really uncharacteristic from them for the best part of the season so far. But they just haven't been able to get any flow in their game. But that's to credit, Ryan, of the way that Noble Park have played. They've really locked on. They've put the clamps on this ball in midfield that we know is so damaging in transition. It looked like early in the game, if they got hold of them, they would have been able to put some more scoreboard pressure on the Tigers. But to Noble Park's credit, through the midfield, guys like Sketcher, Horn Milton, has gone real. They've been able to do that. And then I just feel even Marson as well been really good. Mullen been terrific. But then defensively, they have just worked really hard to keep the ball moving, and they've just really kept Balwyn guessing.
Oh, 100%. And I think obviously Martin had the 2 goals in that second quarter, but Sketcher was the player for me who really impressed. Every time he gets the ball, he uses it so well. He gets other teammates involved. Very impressive.
Particularly that kick when he kicked and took that risky kick, but he made sure that he hit his target and ended up in the score.
He's the one person you can trust to make that choice. Mullen's the other one you mentioned, I think has had a very impressive first half. But listening into that huddle at quarter time down at Balwyn, Charlie Haley was very vocal with the forwards and their lack of pressure in that first quarter. We sort of started to see that lift in that late part of the second quarter. The intensity was much better, provided a few more opportunities, and their spread was a little bit better in the later stages that second quarter. You saw them get on top, Josh. And I think they'll go in at halftime going, you know what, we haven't played our best half of footy, but we're 1 point down, and it's pretty much an even game.
It certainly is a game on because, they did, and just they got into the hands of Lewis Cunningham as well from defence whenever it wasn't in their forward half, and he's the right man to have it. He's the one that is the quarterback and can set Balwyn on their way from defence to attack. So it'll certainly be interesting if they can keep it up, and it'll certainly be interesting if Noble Park can keep up their pressure, which is obviously what Steve Hughes wants to see in this contest, just that consistent pressure, Spider.
And Balwyn don't want to go through the corridor. They are trying to avoid the corridor because they know that if the Bulls get the corridor, then there's a good chance they're going to go down there and score. So that's why they're going to the far side of the ground on a lot of the occasions to begin their forward attack. Yeah, that's why they're getting their players to push up. They've just got to be a little bit careful trying to get their numbers across. But when they do transition, if they can get them on the counter, then they're going to certainly cause the Bulls some problems. But in saying that too, that's why the Bulls have put the clamps on in that second term. And that for a while there, they just looked like they weren't going to be able to kick any goals. But to their credit, the Bulls, they're in front at the moment. Can they keep it up? It's going to be a massive test for just got to keep that work rate around the ball. Yeah. They're very busy around the ball, Ryan, I think. Just the way, it's like a beast to a honeypot in a sense of just not letting anything get out. Yeah, so that's the big key for it.
It was until that last 5 minutes. I thought they dropped off a little bit in the pressure. And as soon as you do that against a side like Balwyn, they'll make you pay for it on the scoreboard, and they did with 2 late goals. So important that they come out firing quickly. If Balwyn get on top early in the third quarter, that could be that could be very much if they get
floodgates could open.
So got to start well.
It definitely can, because they are the number one attacking side for a reason, Balwyn, just that spread of goal kickers, and it'll be interesting to see if they can keep it up in the second half.
Yeah, and Oaks hasn't had a massive influence on the game, so they're doing things well from that perspective. So that's something. If he can work his way into the game and get his hands on the ball, they'll go a long way to winning the game.
And Josh Lyle's the other one that Brash mentioned in that second quarter, has had really no impact whatsoever up forward. Potentially they move him up the ground, get him involved, get him get a few touches early
just
in this
for 5
third quarter.
minutes.
Yeah, that's right. And then once they get back on control, you can sort of play him a bit more deeper.
And maybe Charlie Haley even. He had some moments during that first half, but he hasn't had the impact of that Charlie Haley can have in a contest. He's just been a little bit quiet and doing a good job on him is Bodie Lambert and Nathan Loblet in that first quarter. So,
and Bowen Smith's having some impact.
Yeah.
He's kicked some goals and he's been busy around the ball. Probably, I think at the moment, probably their best player, one of their best players.
Yeah, he's going to need to step out with Kane Turner. I'm not too sure how much longer it'll be in the on the interchange bench for him.
Won't be much longer.
Yeah,
I think that was about the 15-minute mark of the second term.
But he'll need to really step up, as will someone like Alex Urban, who hasn't really had too many touches. Chevy Anderson has had a bit of an impact in ruck as well. But I still think we're in for an interesting second half. It's just going to be interesting to see if Balwyn can run over the top. They have piled on big scores in second and third quarters in the season so far, so it'll certainly be interesting if they're able to do that. But one other point that was discussed throughout the broadcast was just this game is a real turnover game, and I think it's 4 goals to Noble Park to Balwyn's 4 goals themselves. So it'll certainly be interesting if that continues throughout.
Sustaining the pressure, that's the key to this opening part of the third term, and if they can do that. The Bulls, they give themselves a massive chance to win this game. But as we just alluded to, if Balwyn can get their hands on the ball early and get some key possession and get the ball into that 50 and put ultra pressure on the Bulls' defence, then they certainly can put some scoreboard pressure on the other way.
Are we still leaning towards Balwyn to get the job done here?
Yeah, for me, I think Balwyn, we saw the signs of it at the end of that second term.
Yeah.
I think they'll get in control of the game in this third term. I don't think they're going to win by too much, but I think there's going to be a 10-minute patch where they're going to hit the scoreboard hard and probably be the difference during the game.
Yeah, it just feels for me they're about to burst the game open in this third term. Not sure the Bulls can sit with them for the majority of the second half. But let's hope it's a ripping contest like it has been, and there's lots of pressure around the ball continued in the second half.
Certainly hope so, but I'm still sticking with Balwyn, but I do have hope that Noble Park can keep up the pressure. We're going to go to an ad break here, and when we return, the call team will return for the second half of action out here at the ball ring between Noble Park and Balwyn in the King's birthday game.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo, and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back out here to Pat Wright Senior Oval, and what a contest we are seeing today. It's what we wanted, the King's Birthday standalone game between Noble Park and Balwyn, and it's 1 point lead. What seems as a bit of an upset at this stage. Of course, Balwyn are taking all before them so far in season 2024. Noble Park struggling a little bit, but we know, Brett Beston, that these games is where the players lift, and today Noble Park is certainly showing that.
Yeah, they certainly are. They've surprised me today. I must admit I didn't have high hopes, as I said before, but they came out and played particularly well in that first half. But just some signs towards the back end of that second quarter that Balwyn was starting to take control and get on top. So this third quarter, as I'm sure Brash will talk about, very, very important.
Yeah, it is. I think the opening 10 minutes, I think, is going to be really important, because I think if Balwyn kick those opening 2-3 goals, it's going to be put the pressure right back on Noble Park to try and find avenues back to goal again, Spider.
Yeah, absolutely. We just spoke about it with other boys about the importance of this first 10 minutes. If Noble can once again put those clamps back on and just deny the Tigers the ball and that offensive run and getting that carry and transition, etc., it's going to make it hard. But if Balwyn can get their hands on that ball first, get some clearances, get it into their 50 pretty quickly, it's going to be hard for them to stop.
I think it also is going to be important is which side really wants to take ownership of the midfield in the second half and control that goal-to-goal line, because I think both sides have used it as well as they've been allowed to. Neither side has dominated, but whoever does take control in this second half early, I think will control the destiny of this match this afternoon.
Well, the siren sounds to announce the second half, and here's Brett Beston to take us away.
So nothing in this one, just a 1 point game as we move into the second half. Anderson got the tap, and it's almost one there, juggling with it. I think that's, in fact, it's number 5 in Lever. Ball spills away. That Lever tries to get it again. Socket forward there were attempted to by Turner. And it's going to be under a bit of pressure here, Noble. I'll do well to get out of this, and they've turned it over. The snap from Lamott is not a good one. Going back there, trying to pick it up is Lambert towards the boundary, and eventually it's across the boundary. So a little bit panicky there, Noble Park, but they managed to get it out and at least force a stoppage.
This is important for Balwyn to keep the ball moving here.
So where's the big Matt Anderson? He's had a pretty good day in the ruck as the umpire gets set to throw it in. There it goes. Plenty of height on the throw. That time it was the big man Lyle going into the ruck. Noble Park, they've taken it. Oh, that's a throw, a sling tackle surely. And that'll be a free kick. No, in fact, it's going to...
Holding the ball.
Holding the ball. Well, could have sworn that was a dangerous tackle, but he's given it the way of Balwyn, so the tackler gets rewarded. And this will be an early opportunity for Balwyn to take the lead, and it's going to be Noah Lever, who's kicked one so far today.
Looked high, just a bit high, but obviously the umpire was in better position there. But, look, this is exactly what Balwyn wanted early in this third quarter, a shot on goal.
So Noah Lever, let's see how he's kicking is from this side of the ground. There's the kick on its way. I reckon in fact, he's missed. It looked pretty good off the boot, but it strays away, and we now have a tied-up ball game. It's all tied up at 5-6-36 apiece on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we're in the early stages of this third term.
So Nathan Noblet wastes no time. He's got a beautiful, gets a lot of meterage on his kicks, doesn't he? But this time he's turned it over. Jamie Goldobson takes the mark. Been relatively quiet, Jamie, in this game so far. Class player, goes deep inside forward 50. Pack forms Haley at the fall. Just dropped the football like a hot potato. Came out towards Lambert. Now it'll be a chance for Noble Park to get it out of that danger zone, but going nowhere because a big fly and a good mark taken by Chevy Anderson. So Anderson now for the Tigers. Wasn't his best kick. It got underneath it a fair bit, but it gets to that danger zone. Still a hot football. Lever, snap around the body by Lever. He couldn't curl it back, but they've hit the lead, I think, for the first time this afternoon, the Balwyn side, and it's by that one solitary point, 2.5 gone here in the third quarter. They call it the premiership quarter.
Looking busy early, huh?
Yeah,
Tigers.
They certainly are.
Need to put it on the board, though.
Yeah, it doesn't reflect.
So Noble to bring the football back in. Under a bit of pressure here in the early stages of this third term. Up it goes, nice and high up. They fly. Mark not taken there by Scott. He got hands to it, but just couldn't hang on. Now the ball spills out. Hand pass goes past Turner. It's there for the contest. It might be a appeal for a high tackle, and I think it's been given.
No, it hasn't.
No, it hasn't. Thought the umpire had paid it, but he says, no, just give it to me. Up it goes again. Anderson up in the ruck. Knocked down there. Trying to pick it up over there, number 5 in McInerney. Been relatively quiet. He's had the odd moment, but nothing too significant. And we'll have another ball up, almost in the same position. Up it goes. Anderson that time got the knockdown, but it's going to be won by Noble Park. Horton Milne tapped it out. It's only as far as Lamont. Lamont goes inside 50. Can they get a mark? Ball goes over the back. Once again, Noble might be happy to see this through socket off the ground. And it's gone through for a goal. It's Oakes.
No, I think it's Charlie might have just kicked it on the line.
Surely it was touched. It looked like it was, they're appealing for it, but surely it would have been touched on the line. It was.
You're right, it was Oakes.
No, it is Oakes. He's given the goal. I thought someone got back to touch it, but it's gone through from Oakes, so that's the second one for him today. And an early goal for Balwyn in this third term, and they get that lead out to 7 points. 6-7-43 to 5-6-36 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
If he gets busy, Brash, Oakes, we know what he can do straight away. He just gets his hands on it, gets the ball, and he can kick goals. That's it. That's the way he plays.
Dark and dreary out here at Pat Wright Senior Oval. They played night football here for a long time. Actually, it was the first game I did with the media team, a night game out here.
I think I remember that one. Yeah.
I tell you, who's really lifted the ante in the ruck is Anderson in this opening 5 minutes. He's in everything at the moment.
Urban tried to break the tackle. McInerney had him wrapped up nicely.
Well, just his experience, Anderson. He knows where to run. He knows how to move his body around in these contests.
Anderson goes up against Beach, who gave him a little shove. Martin at the fall of the ball, up and under kick in the front spot there. Lamont got a fist on it. Still across centre half forward here for the Tigers. Quick kick by Urban inside forward 50, who was dumped after he kicked it. So it's going to be a downfield free kick, which matters not because Jake Tillig was in the front spot anyway and took the mark. And he'll have a ping from just outside 50. So they've started all guns blazing out here in this second half.
Yeah,
it's almost like Balwyn BWS are ready to put their foot on the till here.
Yeah, they've got out of second gear, it seems. Something like that anyway.
Or the Tillig in this case, Brash.
Yes. They've been shaken out of their lethargy.
So Tillig, we're right behind him here. Player of his ilk, you would expect to go back and put this one right through.
Oh.
And as always, just put it into the top of the goal square. So give him a wrap and they let you down. Has slung out of it in. Got the handball. McDonald. They're under a lot of pressure. Stolen here by McInerney, who just took off to the races here. He had a lot of pace about him. Quick handball away. McDonald on the left boot. It was a scrambly one though, so the Tigers a chance here to get it away. But a good tackle that time on Turner, holding the ball. Advantage paid. The Bulls probably needed just to slow that one down then, but instead Martin got the timely kick away just in the nick of time. Stern takes the mark.
He needed to take that mark, Stern.
Across the back line they go. It was a shocking kick too. He put Marson under an unnecessary amount of pressure. However, Stern made up for it in the end, put his head over the football and won a high tackle against Nathan Oakes, who's kicked 2 goals in this game. Last one to stretch the lead to 7 points for the Tigers. Goes across. He's Noblet, who loves to kick it. Loves to get 50 metres or so every time he gets the ball. Now Noble Park using the far side of Pat Wright Senior Oval. They're doing it well now. Kick goes up. That's Woolgar, goes inside forward 50. A big fly over the back there by Anderson. The big ruckman went back with the fly. That was a great mark. He wastes no time. He'll chip it away. So it's in the back pocket. There's a who's who of royalty umpiring of the Eastern Football Netball League here today, all enjoying a beverage on their weekend off. Oh, they've coughed it up, the Tigers. In the back line, they've just slammed it straight down the throat of Josh Stern, who comes in and takes the mark, and then just left unattended, which was just silly. Snap around the body by Marson. which was just ridiculous play, is the only way I could describe that. He was 40 metres out, and
now
had no angle, and then he snapped it around the body and played on. I don't know why he did that.
Football's great mysteries, isn't it, when players do that?
I just don't know what to say to that. That's a goal that they really needed. Let's cross down to Josh.
He was called to play on because it wasn't 15, according to the umpire. I think.
Oh, what a load of rot. As the kick goes out, Wise, who's had a pretty quiet second term compared to his first, and it goes back in the arms of Walker, and the Tigers will switch the play.
So, Tigers to bring it out to this near side. Little handball back inside to Walker. Gives it back to Lunny. He's under a bit of pressure. And that's not a good kick. It's bouncing around over there towards the boundary. Nicely kept in there by Sketcher. Sketcher tries to keep it in, but he can't, and he's taken out of bounds. And we'll have a throw in. So Balwyn getting a little bit of a jump at the start of this third term. They're up by 7, 6-7-43 to 5-6-36 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And just some ominous signs for Noble Park. But let's not call it yet because there's a lot of play to go. Now Marson with the football, spins in the tackle, got it out to Martin. Martin taken down on a tackle, and nothing doing there, just a regulation ball up. So, umpire to throw it up again. Martin, where is he? Just runs away from the contest at this stage as the ball is bouncing around over there. Trying to pick it up was Marson. And we'll have another ball up. So we're not getting very far, but at least Noble Park have got it trapped inside attacking 50, or near enough. They just need to try and get some clear air here as the ball goes up again. Beach, he might have got the tap that time, and it's been picked up over there by one of the Noble Park players. Shovels it out. Beach tries to get it, can't do so. And I reckon we'll have it. In fact, in the end, it comes out for Balwyn, and they'll manage to get it out. This is a little bit dangerous. Going back is Noblet. Quaife tries to get it. He can't get it either. And that'll be someone went down pretty heavily there. That's Bodie Lambert. And we'll have another ball up. So
it's been down a couple of times.
He's a bit sore too, Bodie. So umpire sends it aloft again. Beach just one almost without jumping that time. Free
over
kick.
The shoulder.
To going to Balwyn. So Urban takes it, slams it out wide, out towards Sticker. There's what have we got here?
Yeah, Charlie just got caught out of position there and tried to out nudge his opponent.
So it's a free kick to Noble Park. McDonald, gets it. Runs across the other side of the ground out to this near side. Kick into the back pocket. So they need to go forward, Noble. No good chip in this area. Staying out towards the boundary. Surely the umpire must have said play, not 15.
That only went about 4 metres.
Yeah. So
you almost sense Balwyn feel like that they've got the game in their control, and they just need to just show a bit more patience.
So up it goes again. Napa got bodied out of the way that time. He was good in the first quarter, but he's been dominated a bit in this term. And we'll have yet another ball up just on the edge of the 50. And we've had 10 minutes. This quarter's gone really quick. And it's a 7-point lead to Balwyn.
Big Napa over the top. Came out, though, Lamotte, who was tackled over the boundary line. And he got boot to ball. And so out of bounds she goes on the full.
I reckon importantly, Brett, though, I think the ball's been in Balwyn's 50 or 70% of that time in the opening 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's been living there. Right.
So the tank of Noble Park, Jackson Sketcher goes short. Lockie McConnell takes it across the defensive 50. Short passes on, it's okay. Here's the hyphen, Horton Milne. Switches it across, risky kick. Quaife couldn't quite take it, little handball atop. Here's Charlie Haley, snap around the body, kicks it to the top of the goal square. Underneath it, eyes only for the football was Bowen Smith. Sensational mark. And like he did in the first, like he did in the second, he will certainly put through his third goal.
Spider, you almost could sense the Bull are going to sweat on Noble Park, turning that ball over again. And look what's happened.
Straight over the goal umpire's head. He wasted no time and made no mistake.
Well, that was exactly right. He waited for the turnover, and then they were able to go down, take that mark, which was brilliant by Smith, and then he kicks a goal. I mean, he's just been a class player today and has been for a long time.
Gee, real enthusiastic Balwyn crowd this afternoon. Yeah.
No, they haven't come in their numbers. Maybe they're all up at the snow.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
They're watching from the comfort of their chateaus as we broadcast live to them, Spide.
Chateau Sherry Oval.
Chalets, isn't it? So up it goes in the middle. Danger signs for Noble Park as they go behind by, I think it'll be almost a game-high lead. 13 points. Trying to get his hands on it was Quaife. Ball spills out. Did work there by Turner on the ground. Big heavy hit there. It's all really untidy in this period of play. Trying to pick it up was Bowen Smith. Back on the contest again. Noble trying to get it
That's
out
holding
with
the ball.
Marson, and he's spun 360, and the umpire has paid a nothing. He's just going to throw it up.
Tell you what, they dodged a bullet there.
He was holding the ball.
Certainly was. He went 360 easily. Probably went about
720 easy.
Yeah, I was going to say plus another few degrees as well as Bowen Smith dives on it. I was trying to do the math. 360,
1,080.
480. Yeah.
Jeepers, I keep hearing bloody crickets. Someone you got crickets going, have you?
I don't think I have.
Gee, I thought I heard some crickets there for a minute.
He's reached that age, Brash.
Turned into a nature show. It's a little step forward by Haley, and the mark is taken. That didn't look 15, umpire.
Yeah.
Get your ruler out.
Yeah, that's what I thought I was hearing. That's okay.
I certainly hadn't played it.
So the mark has been taken, and this will be an opportunity for another goal, and this is going to really hurt if this one goes through.
I'll just blame the acoustics.
So Jake Sticker.
It's the that who's who of umpiring making all the ruckus down the end there.
Yeah.
So Sticker.
Tell you what, this is a critical goal here if Balwyn can kick this.
There's the kick. He came right off it. He didn't strike it at all well, and it's gone through from minor scores. So let off for Noble Park, but one more to the Balwyn total makes it a 14-point lead. 7-8-50, plays 5-6-36 after 13, third quarter.
He almost worked that back enough. It hit the post 3/4 of the way up as Noblet bring the ball back in now. Dumps it every bit of 70 metres. That's a roost and a half. It goes almost to the wing position. Kicked straight back in, though, by Goblinson. But it was quickly gobbled up that time by Luke Bull of the Bulls. Short passes on. Minus Quaife. They really need the next one.
They're getting these repeat entries, Balwyn.
It looks like they're going to do it again here, Spider, as Urban trapped the football, goes inside. Haley got a fist on it. Almost could have pulled it down for a second time. Came out to Oakes, swinging around now. Sticker on the right. Sticker through for a goal, but he can't. He put it through for one behind. Another minor score there, Peppering. They're certainly on top of this game in this third term. They've come out to play. There's no doubt about that. 14.5 gone. Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 15-point game-high lead to the Balwyn Tigers.
So Noblet to bring it out. Noble just hanging on by the skin of their teeth, you feel, as Chevy Henderson couldn't pull that one in, but it's there. Urban paddles it to his own advantage, then lost it. Now it comes out for Horton Milne, who takes possession, but he's wrapped up, and he almost got one in the
he gave a little jabby jab.
A little
Up it goes. Ball went out of the ruck, taken there by...
Good radio.
Inside 50 they go again. Haley couldn't get the mark. The ball spills away. One of the, in fact, it's Haley again going in there. Great second effort, but he couldn't quite pick it up. Third time for Haley, goes in and tries to get it again. Noble Park trying to get it outside 50, and they eventually do, but it's probably going to come back. Diving on it there. That's a high tackle, I think he's paid.
I reckon that was pretty soft.
That was rough, really rough. So it's in the hands now of Wise. He's been one of Balwyn's best today. Goes into the gold square. Can they get over? Good work coming through and getting a hand there was Scott, and he bangs it through. So justice served in the end. And the margin out to 16 points, 7-10-52, playing 5-6-36. And we've had 15 in the third term.
Couple of let-offs here.
Yeah,
could easily have converted these into scores.
Lyle was pretty close to probably getting a free then, even though it was a 3-on-1 situation, I would have thought. As the kick goes out, changed it up this time. Noblet didn't do the kick in, but Balwyn once again. Right boot by Smith. Got it inside forward 50. Here's Lyle. Little handball away. Take two for Sticker. Sticker on the right boot. Sticker went through for a behind.
He had more time than what he thought there, Sticker. There was no talk there from these Balwyn forwards.
And this is the pressure we talk about with the Tigers, what they do to the opposition. They just don't let you get the ball out.
53 plays 36. It's getting on to a 3-goal lead now, but you feel like it should be a 5-goal lead to Balwyn. The quarter they've had, they just can't quite find the big sticks as Bowen Smith, once again, he's having some sort of a turn. Got the handball back to Red, who wants to use the middle of the corridor. It's a risky one. Which way will it go? Chasing after him there is Camilleri in his first game for the Bulls. Nicely done there by Wilson. Camilleri brought him to ground. The umpire said, we'll call this one even, Stevens, boys, and we'll ball this one up.
Gee, that was good play there by Camilleri, because he needed to win a stoppage there.
Anderson went up unopposed, took it straight out of the ruck, little handball over the top, looking for Lever. Got it into the path of Smith, but a ball bounced away from him. Here's Urban. Urban now, handball was looking for Smith, but it was chopped off. Now the Bulls a chance to repel. They've just got to hit the targets in the middle of the ground. Stern picked it up. His handball was under a lot of pressure. He had to go after it again. Sketcher was in there, just barged his way through, got a quick handball out. Stolen there by Urban for the Tigers. They're linking up. Here's Smith on the right boot, goes inside forward 50, bouncing football. Who's going to stay on their feet? Who's going to keep this one alive? Oakes was in there. He's kicked 2. In came Noblet to lend assistance for the Bulls, and we'll have a ball up 30 metres out.
They're just winning those important 50-50 possessions at the moment, Balwyn.
And the big names are starting to get their hands on the ball.
Up it goes. Lyle got the hit out. This is one that Noble Park needs to... well done there by Camilleri, starting to come into the game nicely.
He's been terrific.
He's done some really good things today playing his first game, so I'd say he'd probably get a second one on the evidence of today. Napa.
Chance of the MEGT rookie
of the course, day. Yes, I'd forgotten about that. He must be a big chance. So Sketcher off half-back, goes down the line to about half or centre wing, and the ball knocked out of bounds. So
he's got a bit of Dermot Brereton looked at Lamont, hadn't he? The long flowing, blonde locks.
Yeah, interesting observation. Yeah.
You're asking the wrong person there, Brush. About flowing locks.
Brereton, Fabio, either way.
So umpire to throw it in. I had long flowing locks once, but not at the moment. So the ball on the outside. Here they come again through Lever. Lever goes towards the edge of the 50, but back there safely taking the mark is Scott. And Noble Park will repel. They've just got to be safe across half back here. Good kick, Noblet.
Saying he's got a barrel chest and chicken legs, Brush.
So out wide, kicking to a 2-on-1.
Great
That's
mark.
a great mark taken over there. So just taking a bit of time to find an option. This has to be a safe kick. There's the kick, straight down the guts as the ball goes up the far. Good. It's gone through the hands though, and the Baldwin have got it back, and they're going to come forward again. Once again, it's in the hands of Talig. He's a long way from home. They get it down the line, going back there, and nice little handball to Sketcher. Sketcher, what's he going to do? Decides to send it 40 or send it back inside 50. There's not too many options there. Stern was there, couldn't get it. Trying to do was Marson. Got hands on it, but he's going to be wrapped up.
See, that was a really good tackle there. Really good tackle there, because he was goal side there, Marson. He just couldn't get the kick onto the ball. It was really tied up very well.
So really important stoppage. This one up they fly. Napa it was, and it's going to go out of bounds once again. As Marson chases, they have to get the next one, Noble, otherwise you feel they could be in a fair bit of trouble. And we're just about in time on at the end of the third term. Umpire to throw it in again, eventually. So up it goes. Ball gets over the back. Noble, can they somehow trap it in? Good work there by Camilleri once again. He's done some good things, and that's going to be a free kick going the way of Noble, I think. Just waiting.
Tell you what, I reckon there was at least 3 or 4 free kicks before that.
Going to Balwyn by the looks. Yeah, I lost sight of what happened there, to be honest. So
looks like Bowen Smith coming off.
He's copped it, cut above the eye there, so he'll be coming off the ground.
And Sticker will take the free kick.
But that's the courage of Smith, the way he goes about his footy.
Oh, well, they better get the cuts man out.
Claret on the ridge there.
Get out the old Band-Aid and Mercurochrome.
Oh, yeah.
Fixes everything.
Looks like he's got the Mercurochrome all over it already.
It's okay. Come on, get the game going.
Oh, if you're going to, you yell it out a bit louder, Brush. I could hear over the balcony.
Brush has got somewhere to be. He's going partying with Blake Tennant, I think, Ringwood.
Cunningham over to Rid.
Perish, I thought.
Go back to Cunningham in the middle.
Jeepers, he wouldn't last 5 minutes with me.
Cunningham on the left goes out towards the scoreboard. Big fly there, that time by Turner. They've kept the ball alive. Nicely done there by Anderson, eventually linking up here with Rid over the top. Series of handballs sees the Tigers in the arms of Haley. Haley on the right boot. He's clever, Haley, but he can't put this one through. He couldn't find it for his third. He hasn't kicked a goal, sorry. He's third behind, he found. That's
He's got
exactly
one.
what he did.
Yeah, he got one.
I thought he got one. I looked at my sheet and there was nothing there.
But this is the connection piece. They're putting so much work into this transition. They just can't get that goal, Brush.
3 straight goals is the margin, Besto.
So Noblet to bring it out. The miss there for Haley. So the misses from Balwyn just keeping Noble Park in the contest as the ball is bouncing around. Good work there by the new man, of course, and Camilleri. Into the middle of the ground. Ball gets over the top. It's there for the contest. Socket out towards, in fact, it was smothered in the end. They get it forward again, Balwyn. So they're really under the pump here, Noble Park. As fast as they get it out, it just comes straight back in the hands at the moment of Lever. Lever sends it long, inside 50, but it's a 2-on-1. Surely they can repel this. In fact, it turned into a 3-on-1. And Haley's been thrown to the ground without the ball. And has he got the free kick? I'd say he would have. Yes, the umpires paid it, so it was fair enough. He got chucked away. And he didn't have the football, so Charlie will go back and line up.
This will push him.
Yeah, I reckon it will too.
It just felt unnecessary, though, from the Bulls there.
They almost feel compelled, Noble Park, to lay the perfect tackle, and they can't do it now.
Yeah.
Just trying to impose himself. I think he can get back in this game, but that's not the way to do it. As Haley from right on the edge of the 50, and he's pulled that, so that's way off target. In fact, I think he's missed everything.
Yeah.
He has. And it's gone out of bounds for a free kick to Noble Park, which Bull will take eventually when they get the ball back.
Low percentage
just
kick.
let-offs, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
But he was always going to struggle for distance then, and as the skipper, he probably should have done a bit better than that.
So ball to Martin, now to Walgar in the back pocket, and Noble Park to bring it out.
But the other forwards didn't offer him an option either, BWS.
Well, I think he went back with distinction that he was going to have a shot regardless. There's a big fly that time by Marshall. It's a good strong mark on the wing here for Noble. So on the right boot, it's a scruffy looking one. It wobbles up towards the half forward line. Good mark taken by Marston. The umpire said no, it was touch, so he had to quickly get the handball away. In there was Noblet. On the right boot, goes inside forward 50, but to no avail. Tigers have got the numbers, and they've certainly got the switch as well. Here's Lamotte on the right boot. Thumps it on his boot out towards the wing position. Sketcher got there timely and knocked it away from Haley. Over she goes for a boundary throw-in right in front of the brethren, the Bullring faithful downstairs.
I don't reckon any other player would have got to that spoil except Sketcher or Martin.
True centre wing position. Anything else to add there, Brash?
No.
Nope. As it comes back in now, we'll restart it here. Hope you're enjoying today's game. It's been a tight contest. Of course, Balwyn, though, in this third term, they've really opened it up. We feel like they should be up by a few more goals than what they are. Can Noble get a late one or two and get some momentum going into that last quarter as it comes out now in the arms there of Horton Milne on the left boot, kicks it to the goal square. Marson takes the mark. No, in fact, it is the big man in Mullen who takes it, and he will go back and from point blank range will put it through for the Bulls, and this is exactly what they needed. A bit of a spark, Brash.
They do. They need a spark, but it's taken them 24 and a half minutes to kick their first goal of the quarter.
Great work from the stoppage, Horton Milne.
Certainly was. I almost backed him in to kick that, but
you can't miss this.
Well, don't moz him here. Comes in and he makes no mistake. Straight over the goal umpire's head it goes. Mullen has two now. Noble Park, they inch closer. Back to a 12-point margin. 42 plays, 54, 25 minutes gone here in the third term.
They're hanging in there, Brash, the Bulls.
Do you reckon Brenton Sanderson might be feeling a little frustrated at three-quarter time that Balwyn haven't really taken their opportunities?
Oh, definitely. They've had so many opportunities. Dominance in 50, and the scoreboard hasn't reflected it. That's the frustration about it, particularly when you're winning clearances.
So some relief for the Noble Park faithful as they get that goal to bring it back to 12 points. It was just starting to look ominous. And you feel if Balwyn had got the next one, it might have just about been over. But they stay in touch as we get towards the back end of this third term. We've had 25 minutes gone. Anderson against Beach in the ruck. Beach won it. Knocked down there. McDonald goes back, gathers the footing. Now can he find a target?
It's out in the full.
Hooks it up the line, and it's gone out in the full. Brash called it, and it's going to be a free kick to Balwyn. Just had a bit too much to do. He tried to kick around his body, but just couldn't bring it back in the end. And it's a free kick to Lunny, who's going to take
my
it.
car.
Hope you're insured as the ball goes forward again. It's about half forward. Comes down, and it's going to go towards the boundary line. Picked up over there by Camilleri. Gets his kick forward.
No!
Oh, Mark. It doesn't matter. I don't think it was paid in the end, but it doesn't matter because the siren has gone, and we've got 1 quarter left out here in this big King's birthday clash even. 7-12-54 plays 6-6-42. Goal kickers for Balwyn, they've got 3 to Smith. Lever, as Haley has got singles, as has Oakes. And for Noble Park, they're only multiple goal. In fact, they've got 2 multiple goal kickers. Martin with 2, Mullen with 2, Sketcher and McInerney. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. We'll come back in a few minutes' time and bring you the last term out here live across Facebook and YouTube. And, of course, 98.1 Radio Eastern.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, the Bullring is the venue known as the Pat Wright Senior Oval out here at Noble Park in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne, as we have the Eastern Football Netball League's Eastland match of the round out here today, the traditional King's Birthday Clash. It's weird saying that, but got to get used to it, don't we? Because it's going to be around for the rest of my lifetime saying that term. And the scores out here, it's a 12-point margin to Balwyn as at the first quarter change was level. It was up by a point by Noble Park at half-time. It's been a tight contest and now a 2-goal lead. They've turned it around and up by those 2 goals. Balwyn at three-quarter time. We've got our boundary riders down at the huddles. It'll be interesting to hear what's been said down there. But where, gentlemen, do we see this game going? Start with you, Spider.
Just feel that Balwyn are on top at the moment.
We'll cross down boundary side because I believe we have Brenton Sanderson with Ryan Long.
Yeah, I do have Brenton Sanderson with me. Good third term after probably a bit of a slow start, but certainly got back on top in that third term. How do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, the first half, Noble's pressure was excellent. We probably didn't handle it as well as what we should have, but to our boys' credit, they came out of the locker rooms at half-time and were much more desperate and probably showed a bit more poise and calmness when we needed to. But yeah, it's a great game. I mean, it's really gritty and obviously with the conditions, it's a bit slippery and wet, but we'll see who wants this game more.
Has that been the biggest difference, that forward pressure? And the pressure overall has been a lot better in the third term. We're able to lock it in and get those repeat entries inside 50.
Yeah, it was. I thought our forwards were excellent. If they didn't mark it or if it came to ground, they were really desperate. So we've just got to replicate that in this last quarter. It's going to be an opportunity here to try and break the game open, but we're going to have to be really smart in how we do it as well. We can't just blaze away and try and think we're going to beat them with our offense. We're going to make sure our defence is where it should be as well.
Big last quarter coming up. All the best.
Thanks very much to Ryan Long with Sando down there on boundary side, and we'll cross to Josh Ward soon. But back to you, Spider.
Yeah, look, Sando basically summed it up. If they can just be patient the way that they go about it in this term, they can definitely break the game open when the time arises. The button's there to be pushed. It's just whether they're good enough to do it, and Noble will be definitely desperate to do likewise.
Well, let's cross down to Josh Ward, who heard Steve Hughes and co at three-quarter time.
Well, he gave them a fair rev up, did Steve Hughes. They got plenty of belief through the Noble Park faithful, and he wants them to increase their pressure, increase their work ethic, increase their intensity, and just to be brave, get numbers to the contest, and get re-entry after re-entry inside forward 50. He believes that'll get them over the line here.
Great stuff. Both boundary riders there. Wayne Brasher, how's this game going to pan out?
I think Balwyn came out with intent in that third quarter, but intent that they want to control the contest. They basically had the game on their own terms in that third quarter, but just couldn't put it away. I know Steve Hughes has just given his side a bit of a rev up, but I think if Noble Park are going to have to win the game, Martin and Sketcher are going to have to impose themselves early in this last quarter to get Noble Park back into the contest.
Just got to improve their method too when they go forward.
30 minutes of football remain on the King's birthday weekend. Here's Brett Beston.
So final quarter out here at the Bull Ring. What's going to happen? Chevy Anderson against Beach in the ruck. Anderson, he's going to be a free kick, paid hit, jersey pulling, and it goes the way of Balwyn. So they'll have an early chance to go inside 50. Last thing the Bulls will want to concede will be an early goal here as the ball goes up high, trying to get his hands on it there. Was Haley, couldn't quite do so. The ball goes out wide, picked up by Quaife. Gets a handball out to a man in McDonald who's on that far side. Quick handball's off. Now they get it forward, but only at the centre of the ground. It's going to come back.
There was good pressure by the Balwyn forwards there.
So Balwyn will go inside 50 again. What can they do this time? There's the kick up. They fly. Mark not taken. Ball bouncing around. Wolga was in there, but he couldn't get it. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up. I was just thinking, watching them come off at halftime, things must be a bit tight at Balwyn because Brenton Sanderson had to carry the whiteboard. Normally you'd have someone else to do that job, so they must be a bit short of cash as the ball is on the ground.
Well, that's not the case.
No, support staff, volunteers.
Balwyn, short of cash?
I was just.
I don't think so.
No. I'm just,
maybe his right-hand man's on holidays.
Maybe they're all away for the long weekend as the ball goes up inside 50 again. Sketchy got pushed off it, but the umpire said nothing doing. Socket out there, and the mark is taken by Marson. So Jordan Marson, can he find a target? They really need the first one here. You'd think out towards the far side. Mullen, he's picked a couple today, but he can't get hands on it, and it's out of bounds, right about centre wing.
GWS lead Hawthorn by 1 point late in that game. Talk about ruin your multi.
What about who cares?
Gamble responsibly.
What about who cares?
Exactly.
Yeah. Spoken like a true North Melbourne supporter. Brad,
Exactly.
as it comes out now, McDonald, little boot out of midair.
See, I reckon we might finish in darkness, guys.
Yeah, it's getting that way, isn't it?
Oh.
The kick-up's up towards the half-forward line. Mullen drop would almost would have taken, bounced off his chest. And, it feels a little bit stagnant at the moment, early in this last quarter. Certainly not stagnant on the balcony behind us, that's for sure. Very refreshed. So I had a chat with Damien Sully, great umpire of the Eastern Football Netball League at three-quarter time, having a great day.
Any other alumni that you've been speaking to this afternoon, BWS?
Oh, there's always a few. You know me, Brash.
Yeah,
Comes out now, linking up nicely. There was Bull inside forward 50 or thereabouts. Knocked away at the fall of the ball. There was Turner for the Tigers, who got one of the softest free kicks you will ever see.
Oh, my God.
Brash is having a heart attack.
Oh, my God.
Disbelief. Yeah,
incredulity.
The well-known players seem to get him.
Is he? Oh, I don't know. He's still there.
You tell him, Spider.
No, it does happen. Does happen.
Gottliebson goes out wide, dropping what he should have taken there was Lunny. That's a clanger. He'll cop something for that at training.
Might as
Bounced
well.
off his head.
$5 fine, that.
Kick goes in towards the middle. Underneath it was Urban. That's a strong mark too. That's a great mark.
That's, very...
25-metre penalty to boots as well.
That's a bit undisciplined there.
Wasn't needed, was it?
No, not really.
So Urban running away with it now. Thumps the ball inside forward 50 right into the hot spot. Who's going to be over the back? And might find in Lamott's hands. And Lamott just dribbles it through for one of the easiest goals you will see. That's his first of the afternoon. Will Lamott. He stretches the lead back out to 18 points and a very, very handy one in that.
Deflating goal, isn't it? When you're the team that gives away that infringement, then you just capitalise. So, Balwyn able to, then pick them apart, go forward and kick a goal. Lamont's been good, I think. Brash, he's really shown some stuff today.
He's done some nice things, and this end at Noble Park is the scoring end in most days. So, 18 points, 4 straight kicks now for Noble Park to hit the front again. Is it a tall order? It looks like it.
Yeah, you'd think so.
So umpire to throw it up. It's certainly a double whammy for Noble. They're giving away the 25 and then conceding the goal straight afterwards, but they've got a chance to make amends as they go inside 50 again.
There we
it's
go.
Been given away. Here's Martin. Surely he can't miss from here. And he has. Well, I'll tell you what, it's bad when Kyle Martin starts missing. That was a must kick.
He had to check the kick though, Brett, in honesty. He wasn't able to get the full Monty into it.
He didn't give his balance. He just sort of had it and then couldn't quite steady.
So the margin is back to 17 as Cunningham. Dangerous kick. Dropped over there by Lever. Can Noble make something of this? They go in and get it again as Sticker had it. In fact, the umpire's going to play a ball up. Just on the edge of the 50, so they need to win this. They need to win the clearance. Up they go. Nappage works his way to the front spot, but Anderson got another hit out. Love to see his hit out figures today. He must have about 1,000 as the ball goes in the middle of the ground. Mark not taken there by Lyle and thrown to the ground. One of the Noble Park players on the bottom of that.
Been a lot of free kicks paid by the non-officiating umpire today.
So free kick goes the way of the Bulls. They'll go inside 50 again. This is the one they need. Up they fly. Napa. What's that going to do? It's going the way of Balwyn, so I thought it might have been a Noble Park free kick, and they'll bring it out.
Lamott just makes things look easy. He's very casual in his approach, but he's such a skillful player. A little Nick Del Santo-ish like. As Balwyn now using the far side of the ground underneath the scoreboard out there, which shows them leading by 17 points, now in the arms of Kane Turner. Just going to slow things down a little bit. Dumps it on his boot up towards the half-forward line. Got on there by Bowen Smith. Got it down Anderson's little handball backwards. Got it to Lever. Now it's Lamotte slams it on his boot inside 450. Was a floating helicopter punt. It goes in towards the Charlie Haley direction. Fell over at the crucial stage. Nicely done there by Marshall. Got the handball away. Nicely done there by Noblet. Kick it out and strong mark taken by Josh Walker. So Walker. Short passes on. It's okay. Jamie Ridd. Very serviceable today, Ridd. Got the matchy knee tape on. As he kicks it in towards the forward pocket. Lamotte went up, dropped what he probably should have taken there. Marshall was there to mop up, got the handball away. McDonald was in there. Scrambled a kick just out of that danger zone. Here's Horton Mill now on the left boot. Uses the wing. He has to get every bit of purchase on it to go up towards his teammate there in Mullen, who had 2 players to beat that time. Strong tackle came in from the side. Boundary line beats all players. Let's throw it in. 7 minutes gone now in the final term. 17-point lead to Balwyn.
Since Walker's gone down back after his initial foray forward when joining Balwyn, he seems a lot more at home now as a footballer than he did when he was playing forward.
Yeah, he's found his position.
So falls for Noble Park from the clearance. It's gone to McDonald, who gets it inside 50. Can they get a mark? Not at the moment. Napa trying to get hands on it there. Bursting out of the way was Mullen, and it's going to be through. In fact, it's gone through gone out. Should I say? For
out of bounds on the full. Foot just hit the line.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that was very cheeky.
What's going on?
It was out of bounds on the full.
Who's getting the free kick though?
No idea. The umpires, there's 3 of them involved at the moment.
We've got a conference going on.
Yeah, it's like a summit
the
meeting.
Goal umpire is very
come on,
very
fellas.
confident in what he believes. The boundary umpire is going to wilt it to this. Boundary umpire's called it out of bounds on the full. I'm saying the goal umpire is saying no. Out of bounds. Goal umpire wins.
All right, so this is going to be a...
Was that a rock, paper, scissors?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, so in the end, after all that,
Spock.
it's just going to be a throw. So that's a good result for Noble Park. They'll have a chance to lock it inside 50 and maybe get the next goal to get them back within 11 points as the ball goes in. It was Napa who got it. McDonald was there too. Falls for Balwyn though. They get it out. Nice little handball off from Lamott. They'll kick it up the line and mark not taken. Ball spills away. Trying to pick it up was Big Beach. Beach gets his left boot to it and sends it inside, but there's only no Balwyn players there. They slap it out, but it's still danger as it comes out towards this wing mark, easily taken by Lyle.
That was Lux of Fortune there.
And Balwyn to bring it out off halfback.
But you make your own life.
You do. Toby Lever receives the kick from Jordan Lyle. And Lever, short little stabby kick was a good one. Noah Lever, good player today. Kicked a goal. Off to the races. Shocking kick up towards the Lyle direction. Got a little fist away, picked up by McInerney from Noble Park, quickly wrapped up, going nowhere. Sticker had him.
I think that Achilles heel of Noble Park once again reared its ugly head this afternoon, Spider. Lack of a key forward that they can direct the ball through.
100%.
Barging his way through there. Cronje got the handball back. Ball and go forward again. Haley in the front spot takes the mark on his chest. This time he's certainly within range.
Yeah, it's been a problem for a period of time for them, not having key forwards.
And just smart players just know where the ball might fall there, and Charlie's read that as in it might be a quick kick in and it'll fall short, and that's exactly what's happened.
Makes me wonder what Charlie will do if he kicks this goal. Will he rev the crowd up and give them a bit of a...
Well, he probably will, because he's right in front of the social club of Noble Park here. We're giving him the Bronx cheers as it is as he comes in. So Haley comes in and he cops it from doesn't even reach the goal line. So out of bounds it goes. A little bit of theatre for the afternoon.
I think those cheers were started by Dan Beard.
Good old Dan, one of the absolute great umpires of all time in the Eastern Football/Netball League. As the umpire throws it in now, Beach. Double fister out there, trying to get his way through there was Bull. To hand it back to the umpire. Still 20 metres out from the ball and goal line. Another one here you'd say would seal the deal. What can they do? A little fresh air shot that time. Umpire's going to ball this one up, and Besto's going to kickstart what's been 30 seconds of boredom.
So not exactly the greatest period of play, but let's hope something can come of this as Marston gets it. That's Jordan Marston. Bangs it out wide. Punch forward there by Wilson. And it's going to go out of bounds. So it hasn't got any better in the last 15 seconds.
I think those crickets are coming back.
The drinks girls are looking like they've had enough as well behind the goal umpire.
We might have to divert to you, Brash. Do you want to have a go? As the ball umpire throws it back in. Up they fly. Beach it was, he got the tap. Not conclusively though, and a tackle is made. And the umpire says, guess what, we can have another ball up.
Just doing everything right here, the Tigers, locking the ball in their forward line.
Yep. Just killing the clock, because the clock is Noble's worst enemy at the moment. They're 3 goals down, and we've only got about probably, well, hard to know, we've had 11 minutes in this term, so maybe, 14 minutes to go perhaps as the ball goes up again. Beach has been pretty good today in the ruck. Martin will knock it out of bounds. And so this really is, you could get into the shop and come back, and I reckon they'd still be in the same place.
I reckon what Balwyn have done really well is they really have negated the run of Sketcher and Martin at crucial times throughout this contest this afternoon.
100% as the ball went out of the ruck, spinning around on the ground. Who gets it? Noble get it. They possibly can go inside 50 here. It was Byford who had it. Haven't called his name too much today as they do go inside 50. There's Stern. Can he get on the end of it? The bounce is awkward. He got sort of held, I would have thought. But the umpire says no. Fair enough. Play on. So Walker has it in the back pockets and chips it out and will not quite find a target. Got leaps in there. Gets it forward into the middle of the grounds. Up they fly. Quaife was there. Managed to get a hand to it. Bouncing around. Handball off there to Bowen Smith. There's Sketcher trying to get it, but he's second to the football again. Isn't that probably a great day, Sketcher? Not as good as he could have done. And here's Balwyn to bring it out. They'll go back inside 50 again. Plenty of defenders back there. Up they fly. Ball gets over the back. A goal here, and you think it's just about over. On the ground, there's the snap, and it's been marked, but play on, says the umpire. Quick one over the top. Finds Camilleri. He's had a pretty good day for his first appearance. There's his kick. Falls into the path of Noblet. And Noble
That's
Park
better.
have got it for. This is better stuff. Now they can go. Wheeling around is number 10 and Mullen. He's had a pretty good day too. Kicks to a 2-on-1. Ball falls. Surely a goal this time, and they've finally got one. And I think it's Beach, is it?
No, I think it might be
No, it's Stern. Sorry, it's Stern.
My boy,
Brash's boy.
You little beauty.
So finally, and that might be the goal that just sparks this game, which was threatening to basically just die a slow and natural death. 8-12, 60 plays, 7-7-49 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 13 and a half gone.
Finally got their way through the corridor. They just weren't able to get through earlier, but they forced their way through and got the reward brush, so they keep themselves in touch.
Just when you think Balwyn were going to put the finishing touches to the game, the ball gets rushed back down the other end of the ground with some nice play there by Noble Park.
Small shout out for to Ray Baird, who tipped 65, which is Stern's number, as the margin today. So
I know, he's kidding himself.
Made his play-by-play debut in the interleague calling today, old mate. Did a great job too as the ball goes inside forward 50. Here's Oakes, he's kicked a couple. He wants one on the left, goes all the way to the goal line. Has this one gone through? It bounced, it did it wrong, and through it goes for a behind. That would have been some sort of a goal. The margin's back out to... It is 12 points, so 2 straight kicks. Hawthorn have got up by 6 points over GWS. I know Brush's care factor's below 0, but plenty of people don't
Some incredible things, the Hawks at the moment.
No, and won't we hear about it all bloody week? As it comes out now, Marsden kicks it up towards Horton Milne, who swings around on that familiar left kick. Foot inside forward 50, getting underneath it. Can they get another one? This will really spark them. Here's Marsden. Marsden kicks another one. Does he? No.
Nope.
It bounced to the left-hand side of the post. Everyone rode it home. The balcony nearly collapsed. And through it goes for one behind. Jeez.
I nearly collapsed.
just that depth perception. It looked right, but then you realised it was that much further away.
Yeah, absolute drainer. It's back to an 11-point margin. Ball would have the lead.
So Balwyn to bring it out. I was sure that was going through. We were right behind it, but it's strange. The old, what do you call it? It doesn't matter. I'll come back as the ball goes. I was trying to think of a scientific term. Couldn't think of one. Now Balwyn coming away with it. Now there's the handball over the top. Nicely to Lamotte. They go inside. There's Turner getting a handball off. Noble can win this. Now McDonald, he needs to get a handball to a teammate, and he finds one too. Now they go back into the hands of Jordan Marsden. Jordan Marsden's kick's a bit scratchy, but they'll keep the possession of the football. Ball goes inside, and Martin is forced to make the tackle. And they'll get a stoppage on the end of the 50.
They've got a bit of momentum here.
I almost feel like Noble Park are going for the last hurrah here. They're giving it everything they've got now.
So Walker it is who hooks it out. They should be able to win this, Noble. They've got numbers around the football, but they don't. A goal here, and this will put it to bed. There's the little kick outside. Lyle gets a handball off. This is really dangerous. There's the shot towards the... well done.
Great defence.
Towards full forward, and a desperate ball comes through just in the nick of time. Good work by Noblet, I think it was.
Yep.
And it goes through for a minor score, but Noble Park live to fight another day. The margin is 2 straight kicks, 62-50, and we've got 16 and a half gone last turn.
Got to take a risk at some point here.
So Noblet of the Nathan variety kicked it out towards the big man Napper. And he had Anderson right on his hammer, who got that nice timely fist in to knock it over the boundary line and out.
I reckon he's had a good game this afternoon, Anderson, for Balwyn.
Yeah, he's been terrific.
Napa was really good early too, but then he's sort of been dominated a bit in the last half, or probably the last 3
I think
quarters.
Anderson's controlled the ruck contest for most of the afternoon.
Correct. Talk about shutting you down, Besto. As it comes out now, Bowen Smith got a little handball away. He goes in forward 50, looking towards Haley direction, but stolen there by Noblet on the right boot. Kicked it out to the defensive zone. They've still got time, but there's no point rushing it because there is still time. 17 minutes have ticked over. The margin's 2 goals. So McInerney on the right was a bloody low percentage kick, 3-on-1 situation. Made Stern work pretty hard for her. Lucky it went over his head. Over she goes for a boundary throw in. 98.1 FM this afternoon, Radio Eastern, and of course streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Plenty of people tuning in today. It's a kick, or the ball. Today, Junior. It's taken a while to come in as it comes out now. Picked up by Turner. Around the body he does. He curls it along the wing. Good mark there by Noblet. That was really good play. That was Jacob. And now they've in a series of handballs. Here's Horton Milne, who's been very good for Noble Park today. Kicks it deep inside forward 50, but standing strong, Josh Walker. He's done that a few times today. The big man to get around. And
Been a brick wall down there.
Yeah, he assumes his position nicely. Wise stood underneath it. We'll get 25 metres. And this is where they got brought undone last time, because the Balwyn side, when they get that 25, they just absolutely take off. And he did that, and then he's running to Sketcher and went, yeah, maybe I'll just stop now. As a kick goes now for Balwyn, deep inside the forward 50, goes to the pocket, big fly over the back that time by Tilly, couldn't quite pull it down, and he got pinged for a throw, holding the ball, whatever you want to call it. Nathan Noblet to give the reprieve.
Done well this afternoon, Noblet, at that full-back position.
Done very well.
So Noblet's kick out towards this near side. Marston couldn't get hands on it. The kick is smothered, but Noble have got it back again. McDonald needs to be sure, gets a little handball out in front of a teammate. There's a little, they've turned it over again. In fact, that might even be a free kick for taking a man without the ball, but the umpire says benefit of the doubts, and we'll have a ball up. So
some tired legs out there now.
Yes, it's been played at a decent pace, particularly early in the first half. Up it goes. There's one there by Napa. Running out of time, Noble. They've still got time, but there's 19 minutes gone, and they're a couple of kicks behind, so they need to get one pretty quickly. There's the ball out towards the edge of the 50. Mark not taken, trying to get it with Stern. Still in over there. Stern, in fact, it's Marston who goes over the top and makes the tackle. And a good tackle it was too on McDermott. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So very important clearance here. Here's Chevy Anderson, another head out for him. Juggling with it was McInerney. Could have done better there, but it's out of bounds again.
Catfish corner.
Yep. So time is running out. We're almost in time on in this third term. But there's been a few goals, so we might still have the best part of 5 or 6 minutes to go. Who knows?
Oh, and some.
And the rest. So umpire to throw it in again eventually with these long delays.
Everyone in this ground's willing Noble Park to kick the next one.
Yep, she goes. So Beach got caught behind there, but he may have just got the tap down. It's been socket inside. It's picked up over there nicely by Horton Milne, who was taken to the ground. And the umpire's whistle's gone, and we'll have another ball up. So just a bit of a stalemate at the moment. They just need to find some clear air. Up they fly again, and it's going to be another ball up, I think. No, it's Walker who gets it out. Ball comes out, chasing through. There was Noblet. He gets it, but he hasn't got too many friends over there, and he's taken in the tackle. And we'll have another ball up. So, as I say, the stalemate continues, and it's all just eating up the time, unfortunately, from Noble Park's point of view. There's the head out one by Balwyn towards the boundary. Over she goes once again. 20 minutes gone, so we're in time on at the back end of this match for the last quarter, and it's still a 12-point lead in favour of Balwyn.
And they're prepared to play the stoppage game, Balwyn, at the moment.
Certainly are. Beach will go up against Anderson. Throws it in now. Beach got the palm down. That was good play. Martin, scrambly kick, goes inside forward 50. Over the back there was Marson. Tried to keep it alive. He got brought to ground. Umpire said it was okay. Quick clearing kick for Balwyn. Out towards the wing position. Noblet's going to be there to mop it up. He did so. Josh got the handball away. They did have the numbers, but they've turned it over now as his Sticker got the handball for Balwyn, straight in the arms of Lever, who did not dispose of it.
The umpires have certainly put the whistle away on that holding ball decision, haven't they?
It's gone one way in the AFL, and it seems the other way in this game. As it comes out now, a little flick over the back, Martin, little toe poke, every bit of distance counts. Kick goes forward by Noble Park, inside forward 50, underneath it.
Gee, that's
nicely
a good
there.
mark.
Cunningham, he made it look easy, really. Cunningham in those flashy pinkish orange boots. Very fancy. As he kicks it out towards the wing position now. Horton Milne, been excellent today, I think. Comes in, got the handball away. McInerney in there. Great tackle there, Toby Lever. And we'll have another ball up. Right in the guts here. Pat Wright Senior Oval today. A 12-point margin to Balwyn. Been tight all day.
Legged him.
Unlucky legging there that time. There'll be a free kick going the way of Noah Lever.
Surely that wasn't on purpose.
No, it was accidental. There's no doubt about that. Short passes on. Marshall. It's like screaming at him. Hey, Mum! I'm here! Kick go. I couldn't have myself. Cunningham takes the mark.
I know it's 23 minutes gone, but Balwyn still have to win this game. I wouldn't be just going defensive at the moment. There's still a few minutes to go.
Kick goes in. Lyle just used his body perfectly to take the mark, the big man. And he's going to kick it deep into the pocket. It was a risky kick, but dropping what he should have taken there was Tillig. In came Noblet, who just dropped the football. And once again, the non-officiating umpire is making the decision. It's happened so often today.
How come the controlling umpire can't see it if the other umpire's seeing it from 30 yards away? How can he not see that?
I don't want to sound like a bad loser, but boy, Noble Park are getting caned in the free kicks.
Speaking of umpires, they've all abandoned the balcony, so it should be a lot quieter up here now.
Charlie Haley, he's a class act, the skipper. What can he do? Swings around on the right boot.
That's it.
And he practices those ones at training all time for years. He was never in doubt, really. Just like now, this victory to Balwyn's not in doubt. They are going to win this game of football on the King's birthday, and it is 68-50, an 18-point margin.
Knockout punch, wasn't it, Brush? They just got the free kick, whether it was dubious or not. It was paid, and the captain just stepped up to the plate and iced the game with the knockout punch.
Ironically, it was Lyle that had a big say in that play too.
He did, yeah.
And he's had a dirty day, Lyle. Let's be honest. He hasn't really done much.
No, he hasn't really got into the game at any stage.
So 24 minutes gone. You'd have to say that's probably it. Best case scenario for Noble will be 3 quick ones to force a draw, but I think that's probably being a little ambitious, but who knows, as the ball is there for the contest. Picked up over there nicely by Oakes. Oakes sends it inside 50. If they get another one, that's not another free kick, surely. Oh, you're kidding me, umpire.
That's play on.
You have got to be joking.
I reckon that was play on.
So it's another free kick going the way, and this really will be it.
I reckon there was both players had a go at each other here.
So Haley it is, who just, he's missed it anyway, so it doesn't matter, but it's all academic, but boy, oh boy, it's...
well, it's a handy point.
Well, it is. It takes the draw out of play.
4 scoring shots.
69 to 50 as Noblet puts it on the boot. Just waiting for the free kick to be paid here to Balwyn, but maybe... As the ball goes, Stern goes in there and makes the tackle. It's Wise who's had the foot. He's had a pretty good day, Wise. He was particularly good early.
His first half was exceptional.
So let that blood pressure settle down. I'll take over for a minute. All right. As Anderson knocks it over the back there, Urban flicked out the handball. Now Balwyn kicked it up towards the half-forward line. Bouncing football away. Charlie Haley sees it over and out.
Look, they were good for the first half, Noble Park. They managed to, keep the pressure on. But that second half, once again, they just released the brakes, and when the side got on top of them, they just couldn't respond.
Yeah, the third quarter was the killer, wasn't it? That was where it all sort of
2-7 to a goal, but it could have been easily 5-2.
So, taking their time to restart this one. Comes out. Kick by Bull around the body. And it's going to slow right down. They're going to suck up every last second here. Cunningham takes the mark, and they're just trying to con everybody into what he's doing, but he's just realistically taking his time and then roosts the ball inside forward 50. Lyle was underneath it, bounces away from him, knocked away by Nathan Noblet, who I think has been one of Noble Park's best.
And unfortunately for Noble Park, Spider, this is another home loss that they're going to have to try and find on the road in the second half of the season, and I think it's starting to get really tough for them here.
It starts to get contagious when you're not winning at home.
Because you're no guarantee of winning away either.
That's right.
Well, eventually the ball's thrown back in as it comes in now.
Well
Nicely
done,
done there by Urban. Got it to Haley. Haley to Lyle. Lyle back to Haley, but who was just moving too fast for his feet, really. Then mine was before his feet.
Well, the idea was there. Just the element of execution just didn't take place.
So the MEGT nominees this afternoon: Nelson and Napa for Noble, and McDermott and Sticker for Balwyn. So have a think about who might win that award today. Pye throws it in. Sketcher. Noblet.
Crunch.
What a crunchy tackle there by Oakes. That was sensational. He gave him no opportunity to get rid of the football. And
blood rule too.
And a blood rule to boot. He's going to have to go off.
Jeez.
And Charlie just went, yeah, boys, I'll take this one. Don't worry about that. Gave no one an opportunity. Just like ripped in straight away. So
look at the
Charlie
crunch.
Haley.
It was like a charge of the light brigade there by Oakes.
Yeah, he's copped one nicely. Let's hope he's okay. Bit of blood there, but look, he doesn't seem too miffed about the situation.
Geez.
That's fine.
Well, put it
This
this way.
screen just changed to an R15, I think.
Haley Well,
Looks like one
he
of those
won't miss
slasher
this one,
movies.
Charlie. He comes in, gets pretty close to the man on the mark and makes a mistake. So another goal to Balwyn, whose second half they've reigned supreme, and the margin out to 25 points here at the Bull Ring. 10, 15, 75, 25 scoring shots to 15, so the margin almost a little bit flattering there, Spider.
Yep.
28 gone in this last term.
Yeah, certainly could be a lot more, to be honest. They've been really brutal, particularly after half-time. Just their dominance going into 50 and just through the middle of the ground. They've just been a lot more cleaner and had a lot more ways in creating scoring opportunities and just work their way through ball transition and connection. So full marks to them.
So back in the middle, game going through its final paces. It's not unexpected, this one, though. Noble Park have done pretty well. They did pretty well to hang on for as long as they did, but we always felt that Balwyn were going to come away with it in the end, and that's what's happened. The cream rising to the top as the ball goes inside 50, but it doesn't matter because there is the siren, and the game is all over, and the big King's birthday match out here at the Noble Park has gone the way of a deserved Balwyn this afternoon. They've been too good, and they've taken it out 10, 15, 75 to 7, 8, 50. Through the goal kickers for Balwyn, Smith kicked 3 in the end. There was 3 also to Charlie Haley. He was a bit slow early on, but he got going in the second term. There was a couple to Oakes as well. The Mod kicked 1. I think I've got everyone. And for Noble Park, their only multiple goal kicker was Martin with 2, and there were singles to McInerney, Sketcher. Sorry, Mullen got a couple as well, and Stern kicked 1. So victors this afternoon by 25 points. Balwyn over Noble Park out here at the Bull Ring.
Yeah, look, it was workmanlike in the end by Balwyn Spider. They really upped the ante in the second half, and I actually reckon the way Oakes tackled when he with that tackle in that last minute of play really epitomised the second half of Balwyn. They were resolute, and they wanted to send a message this afternoon that we are the team to beat this year.
Yeah, well, they are the benchmark team. When the tempo needed to be lifted, they just did it after half-time. Simple as that. They did it at the clearance and stoppages. They had really good method, particularly in that third term, but just couldn't finish it off on the scoreboard. Could be the margin could be double what it is. But in the end, Noble played well for the first half, but they just didn't capitalise when they really needed to, particularly in that second term.
Let's cross down to Josh Ward and Ryan Long with a couple of the Balwyn stars.
I've got Jamie Witt alongside me. Jamie must be pretty happy, gotten the job done in pretty tough conditions out here.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty high contest, pretty tough day to be honest, but we knew that if we just stuck at it, we've been finishing games pretty strong this year, so yeah, no, it was a tough battle though.
Yeah, but even then, after Noble were on top in that first half, must have been pretty happy with the second half performance.
Yeah, well, I mean, we were surprised that we were that close at half time, but yeah, knew we had to take it to another level. We weren't that good in the first half, but yeah, we took it to another level. So.
And I know you must be pretty happy to start the season this strongly.
Yeah. I mean, I think you boys had us a little bit lower.
Yeah, we will admit to that.
Yeah, we did.
So, I mean, yeah, no, we believed from the start that we were good enough to, not lose many games this year. I mean, we didn't think maybe we'd be undefeated at this stage, but no, we're pretty happy about it.
Well, Jamie, congratulations on the win. Ryan, over to you.
Yes, I do have Bowen Smith with you. Fantastic game from yourself. A real hard-fought contest after Noble really threw the everything they had at you in that first half.
Yeah, we knew that they'll come out strong in the first half, first quarter particularly, and if we knew we were even with them around half-time, three-quarters time, we've been running over the top of teams, so that was our message early on. Stay with them early. We know that they would throw the punches, so run over the top of them at the end of the game plan. Cheers.
When you come up against a really tough midfield in Noble Park, obviously your Sketchers, Martins, Horton, Milnes, do you sort of enjoy that battle knowing that you're certainly going to be tested against high-quality opposition?
Yeah, you got to be wary of all of them. Probably got the best mids in the comp. We had Tommy Wilson go to Sketch in the first quarter. We kind of threw out our forward line a little bit, so we just went head-to-head after that, and I thought we kind of got on top of them in the second half. But yeah, it's always a good battle against those boys.
And the boys are going in at the moment, so we'll let you go. But 8-0, fantastic game from yourself. Enjoy the win.
Yeah, cheers, thanks.
Thanks to Ryan, thanks to Josh, and of course thanks to Bowen and Josh as well. So, Jamie, I should say. We're going to go inside the rooms and get the song, which today is going to be brought to you by Tobin Brothers, celebrating lives as they do day in, day out.
Don't know if the acoustics are all that goody for the song Beat ABS, but we'll certainly give it a go.
If not, we'll get Josh to just belt it out for us.
Yeah, that's right. I think
I'm all good, thanks, 3W.
Actually, really, the tail of the tape was the second quarter, the second half. 5-10 to 2-2. really emphasised the dominance.
Boundary.
Cross down boundary side. Here they are.
Yep. Oh.
Yeah, I think we'll just give that a miss there.
I think we need to start requesting they do the song on the ground.
Yeah, I was going to say,
like
come
that.
out and do it in the centre circle.
Rush knows the acoustics levels at every single ground in the Eastern Football Netball League.
How many verses has the song got?
Yeah, no, it's one of the longer songs. And I'd say we've, given that there's no other games around the grounds today, I'd say the boys would want to get another one or two of the guests for us this afternoon. I think that would be great to have a chat to some more players out there that ran around today, and maybe even some of the players that we've got nominated for the MEGT award today as well.
Yeah, look, it really wasn't a game where one player dominated for 4 quarters, was it?
No, it wasn't, Brash. I mean, look, pretty much it was a spread effort for Balwyn, and that's why in the end they got the result, because it didn't rely on guys like Charlie Haley, who normally take games apart and they have the big games, whereas they got contributions from everyone across the 4 quarters as they work their way into the game. And even for Noble, they had their winners as well, but they just couldn't do it and sustain it for 4 quarters.
Well, we're going to have a break here and we'll come back and we'll wrap up what's been a great day out here at the Pat Wright Senior Oval. Balwyn are victors today by 25 points over Noble Park.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Back out at the Pat Wright Senior Oval today for the wrap-up of what was a big game. And the Balwyn Tigers, who were pretty impressive in season 2024, there's no doubt about that, have got the job done again here today. The away side that continues, Wayne Brasher, to win this King's Birthday weekend clash, and they've got the job done today by 25 points. A great effort all round.
Well, it is because, look, Balwyn have actually given themselves a little bit of breathing space now, Spider, just in case they have a little bit of a flat patch in that month of June.
And that's possible. That can happen. You get a few guys that might get a few niggling injuries where they don't play. They manage those players. They might just not play well on one particular afternoon and have one of those days. But they've got all those wins banked now, and they're going to be a solid benchmark team to knock over in the second half of the year.
However, for Noble Park, it's a very, very different story now heading into the second half of the season. They now sit 3-5. They've lost their last 3 at home. Wins that they're going to have to find on the return leg in the second half of the season to even consider playing finals. I think finals might be nearly out of the question for them.
Yeah, I think finals are out of the question for them now. I'm just not sure how they're going to be able to win enough games to get there. They just don't kick enough goals. It's simple as that. It was illustrated here this afternoon. Defensively, they stack up okay, and through the midfield at times, but they just can't finish their work up forward, and they're not kicking enough goals.
But the ridiculous thing is, it's been like that for the last 4. I know they won the flag in 2022, but this lack of a key forward has probably been there for the last 4 or 5 years. So why haven't they addressed it?
It's just the mix. They just don't have the mix because they've got players coming in and out of the team every week playing VFL. So the team's never steady enough to hold up. So that's why they really need to focus on going out and getting a key tall target.
In fairness, it's probably the same. I mean, Balwyn had, I think, 3 VFL listed players out today. So you probably can't use that as an excuse. I mean, some sides can cover better than others, but that's just the nature of the beast, isn't
Brett,
it? So
you've followed Noble Park for a long time. Would this be one of the very few games where Martin and Sketcher really didn't have a lot of influence on the...
No, absolutely. Because you thought to yourself, at different times, at least they were both really quiet in the first half, and I thought to myself, at least one of them will take the game by the scruff of the neck. But we were still waiting at the end of the game. They both got shut out of the game, and it's not to say that they're the only 2 players out there, but they're 2 of the most important players.
Well, it was only really Horton Milne that really, in that midfield, really showed any dominance.
Yeah.
So,
I thought he was excellent today.
Yeah, he was. He was. Yeah.
I also think too. Really, that 50-metre penalty that Sketcher gave away in that last quarter was probably symbiotic of his day. He just could not get
happen.
into the contest or have any influence whatsoever.
I felt I mean, I don't mean to harp on about this, but I thought some of the umpiring was a bit stiff in that last quarter. I mean, Balwyn did get the rub of the green with the umpires. I'd love to see the free kick count. I'm not saying that's the reason they won, but there was a lot of free kicks went in the way of Balwyn, plus that couple of 25s as well. So
I just think though, Brett, 5 goals 10 to 2 goals 2.
Yeah.
We can see what the punishment is at the end of the day at the moment. They're actually the Noble Park are having to draw the sheets back over the oval. They're
the covers.
The covers.
Well, the boys have got the skipper of Balwyn down boundary side, Josh Ward and Ryan Long with Charlie Haley. So let's cross down boundary side.
Got Ball. He's juggling many things, Charlie Haley, at the moment, but we've got him now, the Balwyn captain. We were just talking off air before. Just was a bit of a gritty win at that, wasn't it?
Yeah, we knew what Noble were going to do today. They're a fair side. They always have been. They were premiers 2 years ago. They've got a lot of classy players. So they touched us up last time, Queen's Birthday here. I think they jumped us. So we knew it was going to be on. They've lost the last 4, so we're ready for a contest, and they certainly brought it.
You must be proud of just how the resilience and just how the boys were able to get on top in that second half. It looked like Balwyn were back to their best in that second half.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different group now. We've all been together for 5-6 years. It's a pretty mature group now, so we understand what needs to be done. the mids are now, well, they probably got beaten in that first half. Sketcher and Martin were pretty impressive, and then our mids just went back to basics, probably won the contest, got it forward and gave us a few looks, but unfortunately we couldn't kick to straight. Probably could have put them away.
Yeah, and obviously it is still a mature group, but there's also some young players coming through, and the maturity of some of those younger players like Will Lamott, Jamie Ridd, and some of those players, it was on full display today, wasn't it?
Yeah, unbelievable. Will Lamott, yeah, he shows a bit. He's got plenty of potential. I'd think that he'd be on a VFL list probably next year, or they'll probably try to get him now. But no, he's a fair player. He's got every attribute. We're pretty lucky down at Balwyn. We've had a lot of young boys who come through. We had Cooper Sharman. Now we've got Josh Pollocks, and Will Lamott's exactly the same as them. They've just got these attributes that not many kids have.
Well, I'm going to throw it up to the boys up in the pavilion. Do we have any questions for the Balwyn captain, Charlie?
Yeah, I have. Charlie, it's Brash here, mate. One of the players I thought really stepped up today, and I thought he had a fantastic game with Chevy Anderson in the ruck. He took on all comers, and he actually got better as the game progressed, and gave you some really good ball in that midfield in the second half.
Yeah, he's an absolute machine. He's been doing it for so long. He's so undersized. He's so pivotal for us when he's going well. I've always said if he was a head taller, he could play AFL. He's got, he plays like a little ruck rover, jumps, competes. Yeah, we love him. He's an absolute ripper.
Would it be fair to say, Charlie, that this year, more than any other years, that the spread of goal kickers, rather than being centralised, is now going through a raft of other players where it's being shared around, and it's making it really difficult for opposition backlines to stop your forwards? Yeah, 100%. In fact, the whole team as a whole, like you look last year, I was saying before the game, we rely on Herbs to have, your 35, Bowen to have your 35, Moose needs to kick 5, stuff like that. Now it's all just a lot more even. The mids are getting no more than 25, all the forwards are kicking 2 and 3, everyone's chiming in. So we're probably being a bit more open with who we're kicking it to. It doesn't really matter. Everybody can win one-on-one contest, and that's why we've been so pivotal this year. I feel like that any of our forwards can kick goals, and you can see the backmen, they're not really loving it because it's not going to the same person every time.
Charlie, it's Matt Spiderley. Well done today on the result. Great team performance. I think your spread right across the team was outstanding, so you're not that reliant. But I want to talk about the midfield, particularly in the third term, because I really thought you turned the motor on and really got to work, because you got first use of it, particularly at clearance and stoppage when they were on top, particularly in the first half. And guys like, as you just mentioned, Bowen Smith and Alex Urban, certainly got busy, and you gave yourselves a good opportunity to have a look in that third term, but probably didn't get reflective on the scoreboard in terms of goals.
Yeah, 100%. To be honest, I put it on the mids at half time. Bowen was probably our only player in that first half. He was unbelievable. And then, they're all mature enough in there to cop a bit of heat. They like that, and they bounce back. Like Alex Urban's second half, I'd love to see his stats compared to his first half. He was unbelievable to turn the game. Bowen was so good for 4 quarters. Obviously, Kane had a quarter off. But, when they're getting the ball, in there, we're feeling dangerous. Like, I reckon we had we kicked 2 goals, 6 or something maybe in that third quarter. If we kick straight, the game's put away. So, that was probably half me, but that's life.
And also just being able to have that forward pressure. I've been really impressed the way that you've been able to put the pressure on defensive units throughout the year and stop the kicker trying to get transition. So that's something that the team seems to really worked on, particularly in the off-season, but have really put it into process in the start of the year.
Yeah, 100%. We went to Sando at the start of the year. We thought, this is probably the team that can do it. So we wanted to get serious. We've come up with a proper game plan where everybody knows a role, everybody can buy in. Our forward line, we've lost a bit of experience, but they bring the heat, don't they? We've got these hybrids up high. Oaks plays deep, Moose is a bit everywhere, I'm a bit, wherever. And then we've just got these young blokes buzzing around, forward pressure, forward half turnovers, get re-entries, and then obviously our forwards are good 1v1, so we score.
Charlie, you just mentioned him then. There must be a great feeling at the club. Of course, you're undefeated at the moment, and you've got Sando in there. What's he brought to the club, and what do you sort of see? How's he managed to sort of mould everyone? Oh, mate, he's great. He's a lot more relaxed than Rocket. But to be honest, Rocket was unbelievable for me. I love the way he coached. But Sando's your more 2024 coach. He adapts to each person and speaks to people differently. He's been great, and it's not just his way or the highway. We all come up with ways that we want to play. This is what we want to do. This is how we want to train it. And he's been unreal. So everyone's just bought in. It's a whole club.
probably the tightest the club's been since I've been around. It's been 6 years now, so special feeling. Even with all the twos boys you've seen today, we're bloody going off before our game because it's just a great feeling. The twos probably should have won 3 or 4 more games. They're a pretty good side as well. So it's good for feeling down at Balwyn, boys.
Yeah, Charlie, it's BWS here, mate. Congratulations on the win and your game as well. You probably missed a couple you probably should have put through, but we'll let those ones slide, mate. But you had a great game, and you talked about the reserve side as well, or the development side. Getting that win up was a great way to start the day. But there's a lot of players in that side that could actually play senior football with you guys.
Yeah, for sure. I was okay. I tried doing my thing, but if I kicked a bit straight, I might have been right. I've been crook all week, so I was just happy to get out there and get the win. But mate, the twos, mate. There's so much potential there. They're all 21. They've all come through our under-19 program. Yep. We're making that a big thing these days. Obviously, this year in our under-19s we struggle to get numbers, but we're already putting in the time next year to try and get a great solid 19 side because there's probably 5 or 6 of the young boys playing now with me who I helped coach 2 years ago. Yep. So it's very important. We know how important it is, and that's the thing. We're all around, all the older boys, best mates with the 19-year-olds. So it's not like 6 people over there. It's 50 people at a club, and everybody's loving it.
Yeah, that's quality. I'm disappointed Josh isn't holding that little thing for you so you can have a sip of your beer.
I know.
It's bloody poor form.
I'm tonguing for it. That's all right.
Sando even had to carry his own whiteboard at 3/4 time, I noticed.
Mate, it's tough times at Balwyn.
Who chooses the music and the tunes in the rooms before the game to get you guys pumped up?
That's Oaksy. He's an absolute pig for it. So.
And what do we belt out in there?
Oh, it's some heavy stuff, mate. I'm not writing into my music. I'll just sit there and focus on getting the boys up and about. But whatever's been playing's been working. So that's life.
And the right leg, just a little bit of ice, just to keep things nice.
Yeah, I don't even know where it happened. I'm normally carrying something. I get pretty banged up, but yeah, that's footy, mate. I love it. The more people are going at me, the funner it is. So it's good fun, especially playing down here at the Bull Ring with the supporters into me. So. That's good fun.
And another big rivalry next week. Like, this is a great game, but you guys, there's a big tradition between you and Blackburn, and you take on them next week. So each week just presents a new challenge, doesn't it?
It's an unreal comp now, isn't it? Like, we've lost a few where you probably knew you were going to win. Now it's pretty even. Like, you just seen Norwood beat Noble, and then Noble just put it up to us. So. You guys have done a credit to yourself. I reckon it's the best the footy's been. Probably don't have the top end talent, but I just feel like it's so even and it's just a good contest every time, isn't it? So, yeah, Blackburn are going well. I work with Jason Reid, so I've got to make sure that he doesn't push me off the ladder this week.
Yeah, watch him. He's a bit mischievous, old Reedy.
Oh, he's that hard.
Oh, mate. Well, congratulations on a great win today. Go and enjoy the Great Northern and many more. If it's a long weekend, you deserve it, and we look forward to calling you guys really soon.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Good luck.
Thank you very much to Charlie Haley, the captain of the Balwyn Tigers and a real leader at the football club. Came down to the club a number of years ago now from North Ringwood, and look at him now.
Who would have thought a little scrawny forward pocket at North Ringwood? Now the captain and the leading man of the football club.
Absolute superstar.
Just shows, doesn't it?
And he's such an exciting player. He's always been an exciting player to watch. Like he gets you going. He's one of those players that you get excited to watch each week.
But he's one of those players that everyone loves to hate too. And I think and those are the sort of players that we love because they got character and they bring something to the ground and to the contest every time they play a game of football, and they polarise opinion as well. And I think that's half the romance of local football.
He's got a bit of Toby Green about him, I reckon.
It's not too similar, is it?
Yeah, it's most definitely.
Let's have a look at our votes to the Sportsco Player of the Day today. Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day, of course, a $50 voucher going to who we decided to be dubbed best on ground. 3, 2 and 1. Wayne Brasher, I'm going to start with you today.
I'm going to go 3 to Bowen Smith. I thought he put in as Charlie alluded, 4-quarter performance this afternoon. I agree with that. I thought 2 votes to Chevy Anderson. I thought he controlled the ruck this afternoon, and he lifted again in the second half when he broke. I thought he basically kept Balwyn in it in that first half with his ruck work and his work around the ground. And my 1 vote, I'm giving to the full back of
Nathan Noblet.
Yeah, I thought he did a real good job on Tilly, and he sort of kept Charlie in check and made a contest against every Balwyn forward. And his long raking left foot kicks out of that full back region didn't pay off today, but you can see that they're going to, in days and games in the future, it's going to be a real asset for Noble Park because he'll be able to split the game and split the field, in more ways than one.
Thanks, Brash. How do you see it, Spider?
Yeah, 3 votes. Bowen Smith, I thought he was so good at the stoppages and clearances and kicked 3 goals himself. He's just he's so brave, the courage, some of the things that he does, but just the way that he goes about his footy throughout the afternoon. Thought he was the best player on the ground. Thought Chevy Anderson was brilliant in the ruck. It was a great duel. Anderson and Beach, I thought they went at it really hard all day, but Anderson was just dominant around the ground, and he was there everywhere he needed to be. Gave the midfield first use, and that was the big point in the game, particularly after half-time, which set the win up for the Tigers. And in 1 vote, Will Lamont, I thought he was outstanding. We talked about him before the game, and I really was impressed with this young player, and he's certainly a player of the future, that's for sure. I thought he was deserving of 1 vote. Could have thrown a couple of others in there, but I just lent towards a few others, like Horton, Milner, and that, but I thought in the end, Ball won the game, so you had to go down the Lamont path.
Very good. Thank you very much, Spider. And Brett Best?
I'm totally different to most of you guys. I went with Wise for my 3 votes. You're usually the one that's different.
No, I know.
Josh Wise, he was particularly good early,
Very
and
good.
he was very, very good, I thought. So I gave him my 3. Chevy Anderson I gave 2, and I thought Josh Walker was really solid down back for ball, and he just did the things that he needed to do, particularly in the last team. Every time they'd go inside 50, he'd inevitably be there, taking an intercept mark or stopping the Noble Park run. So I gave him my 1 vote.
Really tough to call it today. Josh Ward, are you giving votes this afternoon?
Oh, I'm happy to if you want me to.
Of course I do.
So I'll give 3 votes to Bowen Smith. I thought he fought hard all day in midfield. 2 votes to Chevy Anderson as well, and 1 vote as well to Will Lamont, who is also eligible for the MEGT Rookie of the Day. I believe Brendan Sanderson mentioned after the game he was only 18 years old, so but he had a terrific performance, particularly that final quarter standing up.
Very good. I gave 3 votes today to Bowen Smith. I think it's a clean sweep right across the board, and I gave 2 votes. It's a really tough one. I've probably given 2 votes to Nathan Noblet from Noble Park. I thought he was super. I thought the 1 could go to a number of players. It could have gone to Urban, Horton, Milne for the Bulls, but I've given it to the big ruckman Chevy Anderson for 1 vote today. So that means that our winner of the Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day goes to Bowen Smith, who we had a chat to after the game. Congratulations to him. Of course, we've got more awards to go through. The Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. Any shout-outs for the Goal of the Day?
Which one?
Gee, it's hard. There wasn't a really spectacular goal, was there?
Scott McInerney's goal on the run in the second quarter wasn't too bad. I feel like that's worth a nomination.
I thought that was the clubhouse leader, personally. So.
I'm happy to go with that.
Yep, happy with that one.
Congratulations, a $50 voucher going the way of Scott McInerney of the Noble Park Football Club. Yeah, it was a ripping goal. He charged through and kicked it from 50 and went post height. We'll give him that one. The MEG Player of the Day, which is an award given to the junior players who have to be of certain age, 19 and under. Today the nominees are for Noble Park, Nelson and Napa, and Balwyn, it was McDermott and Sticker. Nominations, please, guys.
Napa for me, I thought, I know he had a tough day in the ruck against Chevy Anderson, but he was particularly good early, and I thought he battled really, really hard all day, so I thought Daniel Napa.
Well, for Balwyn, Will Lamont is also eligible, I believe,
okay.
So I think he's...
Are you overriding what the boss put in here?
Yeah. I heard Brendan Sanderson mention in the post-game he was 18 years old or something like that, so...
Given that, I'd certainly vote Will Lamont.
Yeah, I thought Napa was really good in that first half, though.
I agree.
Yeah, but...
We'll get you a poster for your wall, Besto.
I'm not that worried about it.
I'll go Lamont.
Yeah, I would have. I think Lamont. I gave him a vote, so I think he was the best young player on the ground.
Yeah, he almost squeezed into my votes
on debut
as well.
too. Like in debut season, and and Brenton Sanderson was full of praise even before the game. So he's really stepped up, and it just shows what a young player can do when given opportunity.
Yeah, well, congratulations to Will Lamont, who takes home in the $50 voucher as well. Which will be fantastic. That's a Bunnings voucher as well, so you can spend anything you want. It's a Males Disneyland in there. We're going to wrap up things here from the Pat Wright Senior Oval. It's been a great day out at the Bull Ring as always. What a setup. Lee Green from LKLM Media.
Leave that.
He's talking in the microphone as well. We can just hear him.
Shit.
Now he's swearing in the microphone.
Who said I was live?
Just going to give him a big rap there. I don't know. He might not have a job next week. But he puts everything together magnificently. Johnny Higgins, who's back on the team this week, was great to have him on board to do the camera work. And the team has just been huge all throughout the day, and we've had a lot of people involved in interleague right across the board. We've had John O'Ven, we've had Chris Curtis, we've had Ray Baird, we've had Blake Tennant. Ryan Long was out there earlier, of course, and riding the boundary today. Josh Ward, great work by you today. The smiling assassin on the boundary.
Oh, thank you, VWS. You're too kind. Thank you, Spider.
Spider Lee, great to have you on pre-match and throughout the game, mate.
It was great to be here for pre-game and for the whole coverage as well for the game. What a terrific venue we've been.
We're cutting you off, Spider. Brash,
thank you,
mate. And Brett Beston, best in the business.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, good to be here. Disappointing result for the Noble Park faithful today, but yes, it was. But nonetheless, a very enjoyable day.
Of course, thanks also to Katie Green, who does a great job with us for working from home and working at the ground as well. This is Ben Warren Smith signing off for another great game and another great weekend of football. We'll be back next week. We can't wait.